you know what? This is the time really to lean in to any market volatility. And that's really because we're seeing the fundamentals remain intact.
Mahajan was interviewed this morning on Bloomberg Surveillance. As I mentioned, oil surging up 3.2% on WTI as speculation about Israel's response to the Iranian missile attack continues to whipsaw the market. Among some of the oil names today, we've got XLE, that is the Energy Select Sector Spider ETF, up by 1%, ExxonMobil up 1.1%, ADRs of BP also up 1%, Chevron up by 0.9%. For on-demand news, 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now, wherever you get your podcast. Balance of Power continues, the Thursday edition, CPI Thursday. Back we go to Washington, and once again, your host, here he is, Joe Matthew.
Yes, sir. CPI Thursday, known to some as Little Friday. Welcome to the fastest show in politics, the fastest hour in politics today. It's like the old days. As we hand things over a little early to Bloomberg Business Week and an important series of conversations ahead coming up from Screen Time in L.A. They are convening a meeting as we speak in the Situation Room at the White House. President Biden and the Vice President, along with members of the administration, getting together to talk about the impacts of Hurricanes Milton and Helene, of course, within 2 weeks of each other at 2 p.m. Eastern Time. Joe Biden will be holding forth with an update from the White House. Much like yesterday, he'll be addressing the American people about the initial impacts of this storm. And of course, we've got a lot of different layers of politics surrounding natural disasters this week that we want to talk about with our political panel. But I have to first not only bring in Rick Davis and Jeannie Shanzano, Bloomberg Politics contributors. You know them well if you're here every day on this program. She is political science professor at Iona University. He is partner at Stone Court Capital. But if you hear this hour, typically the 12 noon hour, you never get to hang out with Kayleigh. And so we thought we'd bring Kayleigh Lyons in as well. Of course, normally you hear her at 1 p.m. Eastern Time. Nice to see you. Thanks for coming over.
Hey, Joe.
We thought
nice
we'd hang
to
out
be
for
here.
a little bit. Absolutely.
Shaking things up.
Yes, we have Rick, we have Jeannie, we have Kayleigh, which means that we can do anything here. You know, last evening was something listening to Joe Biden. Actually fact-checking Donald Trump from the White House, and you wonder if he gets into that more today.
Well, he very well might, as he is making the case that the government is there to help people despite some of the misinformation that is out there. The concern, of course, being that it is going to affect human lives. As we already have seen lives that were lost in the storm when it made landfall in Florida yesterday. Still millions without power, access to clean drinking water, an issue in some areas. And when humanity hangs in the balance, perhaps that underscores the need to make sure the facts are out there.
Yeah, that's for sure. Let's start with our panel and see how this is playing. I can go in a lot of different directions here, Rick Davis, whether it's misinformation or just actually getting the job done. But there are political implications anytime you see the recovery from a storm here. Is Florida now on the second storm going to go through what we did the first time with misinformation and rumors and social media and the fact-checking and all the rest of it, or have we gotten that out of our systems?
You know, I don't think we've gotten it out of our systems. I woke up this morning reading a piece that James Carville was talking about, and he was criticizing the Harris and Biden administration for losing ground on the narrative about how effective these kinds of responses are going to be. And even though you have to sort through all this dis and misinformation, and you know it's being done for primarily, if not singularly, political purposes, you have to respect the fact that James Carville makes the point that if you lose the control of the narrative, then what is being put out there as misinformation becomes the truth to many voters. And so it doesn't surprise me that the President of the United States has to go out and knock down these rumors, because he runs the risk of getting sort of end run by a fake narrative that people have a tendency to right now believe conspiracy theories. And some of them are so outlandish you can dismiss them, but not all of them. And so I think you're going to see a real effort on the part of the Harris campaign and the Biden White House to try and knock this stuff down so they don't lose control over a narrative, which is the American government stands by people who have been injured and lost property and lives from these natural disasters, and that should not be at all a question, that we're going to do everything we can to support them.
Well, everything they can, Jeannie, doesn't necessarily mean that rescue and recovery efforts will go perfectly. As we saw in North Carolina, while there broadly was applauding for the emergency personnel who did respond, we know there were some delays in western parts of the state. Access was an issue. The troops didn't necessarily get there on the timeline that was originally proposed. If there are weaknesses, any of them in the federal response, even if by and large they do try to show up in the best way possible for these people who are affected, how poorly does that reflect back on the vice president herself, since she is the candidate in consideration here?
It's an enormous problem. And, you know, I am surprised, I have to say, that Joe Biden is going out and trying to fact check on this. The reality is Joe Biden is not a great communicator at this point. God bless him, he wants to fact check, and he's right to fact check. But the reality is the White House and the Harris campaign need somebody front and center, the way they did or we did during COVID, for instance, to come out and say, we are in a crisis. This is what we're doing. This is the information we have. There are a lot of great communicators in the White House, in the Democratic Party. One person who's been named, you guys know well, Mitch Landrieu. Get somebody out who can correct this misinformation. And I would just add that I spent a lot of yesterday with young people, and I could repeat just enormously for a long time the amount of misinformation that they are getting, and they believe a lot of what they are hearing. It's got to be fact-checked, but Joe Biden is not the person to do it out of the White House, and it's important for the campaign and the people in the South who are dealing with all of this.
We saw a post from Anna Paulina Luna, not typically one to be working with or complimenting Joe Biden. Rick, of course, representing a chunk of Florida here, says she just got off the phone with Joe Biden, who is personally overseeing that FEMA does not create problems with the debris removal and supportive of the $15 billion in FEMA funds only for hurricane victims. She ends the post by saying, this needs to happen. Congress, a special session. Speaker Johnson, call us back. Is that going to be the next step in this reaction from Washington, Rick? Do lawmakers, in fact, need to come home despite, or back to Washington despite what the speaker is saying?
Well, I certainly think it's good politics. What else are they doing? I mean, running for re-election? They got 4 more weeks. The reality is that they'd actually make more friends and find more votes if they came back to Washington and hustled up a supplemental to help support victims of these hurricanes. I mean, the reality is the entire country, if not large portions of the world, have been watching what's been happening here. It's an extraordinary set of conditions that have existed, and it would just be rational that the Republican leadership would say, you know what, we've got to get our piece of this. We're going to come in and we're going to show our support for these folks. But I think they've been distracted by all this disinformation that's emanating from Mar-a-Lago, and they think somehow that now they can't be part of the solution. They have to just point out the problems, and that is taking politics in the wrong direction. And frankly, I think going to hurt a lot of the momentum of these Republican congressional candidates if they sign on to this kind of thing.
Well, it's not just the congressional candidates to consider, but Senate ones as well. As Senator Rick Scott, the Republican incumbent in Florida, who is up for re-election this cycle, has also called for potentially supplemental funding emergency session. We have new polling from the New York Times and Siena College that finds while Trump is up 13 points in Florida in the presidential race, Senator Scott is ahead by 9 points. A separate Marist poll finds him up by just 2 points against his Democratic opponent. Rick, when you consider the impact of this particular natural disaster, how does it affect Senator Scott's race?
Well, I think he's going to get graded on how they feel the federal response is occurring. And he can't have the luxury of spreading misinformation and thinking that's somehow going to help him. He is the primary elected official who's connected to the federal response, connected to FEMA, connected to the White House, who needs to make sure that the people of Florida are taken care of. And so I'm not surprised that he's calling for a special session. I know that, it would show that he is doing something in this regard. There's little he can do at home directly other than be a catalyst for federal action. So being a catalyst means getting something done. If he does nothing in the next 4 weeks, it's not going to help him get reelected.
Interesting. Kaylee points to this Siena College New York Times poll, Jeannie, and it brings troubling news for Democrats in these Senate races, not just Florida, but also Montana and Texas. And they conclude here that the GOP is on a clear path to winning Senate control. Does any element of the response to these storms affect that outcome?
It absolutely does. First of all, you and Kaylee know that this was very distressing for me, as I have a bet with Rick Davis about Texas, and to see this thing by
Yes,
4 points, it's very distressing. Although I would add, if I could, that it's still, that state is still the one where the Democrats have the best shot. So Colin Allred has got to come through just for me. Beyond that, this is, I think, where, forget all the noise, forget the storm. We knew this was going to be a really tough year for Democrats. The math has totally worked against them. And we're seeing that. And of course, Montana looks like it is lost already. You were just talking about Florida. Sure, the storm can change that, but you still have Scott up, and of course, Colin Allred is still down by 4 in Texas. So it is looking very much like the Republicans have a very good shot of taking the Senate. And, one thing just to add to the conversation on Florida and Rick Scott is the fact that housing and insurance costs are just, it's really hard to get insurance, as you know, in Florida, and the costs are exorbitant. And that's something Democrats have been talking about for the last several years. That may help turn the state, but I don't think it's going to happen this year.
All right, so that's a look down the ballot. If we could zoom back up and look at the presidential race, we, of course, learned yesterday that there will be no rematch in terms of a debate between Donald Trump and Kamala Harris, at least according to Trump. Harris, of course, had agreed to an October 23rd debate on CNN. Now CNN today has proposed 2 separate town halls with the candidates on the network on that date. We're getting reporting that Harris has agreed to participate, not sure yet, on Donald Trump. Jeannie, if he decides not to participate or to counter programming in some way, net, who benefits from that?
I think it's important for her to go out and to keep talking to voters. I say the same thing about him. But if he's going to counter program, I don't think his absence from CNN is going to hurt him all that much. The reality is that Donald Trump has been out there trying to speak to the people in his base, and he has been doing so successfully. CNN is not that audience, so I don't think it hurts him that much if he stays away from it. Maybe another story if he gets an invite from Fox and declines that.
All right, guys, great conversation as always. Jeannie Shanzano and Rick Davis, a rare appearance by Kaylee Lyons here in the noontime Eastern hour. Great to see both of you. Partner at Stone Court Capital, Rick Davis and Jeannie Shanzano, political science professor at Iona University. Next step here, before we go to L.A., I guess we're going to have a White House briefing at 1. The president will speak at 2. We'll get an update on things here. I wonder if he gets once again into politics or if this is kind of an update on what FEMA is doing on the ground.
It very well may be because, of course, the storm has hit now. It has made landfall. The last time we heard the president really addressing this directly, we were just waiting for this powerful hurricane to slam into Florida. Now that it has done so, and we're starting to get at least a sense of ultimately what the toll of this storm will be, perhaps he will be focusing more on the damage done and the effort to recover. That's right.
Some pretty fun stuff coming up in our next hour. We're going to clear out for Tim and Carol at Screen Time in L.A. with some great conversations from Hollywood. And we'll meet you back here at 5 o'clock for the late edition of Balance of Power. I'm Joe Matthew alongside Kaylee Lyons. We'll meet you back then right here on Bloomberg.
is Bloomberg Business Week. Insight from the reporters and editors who bring you America's most trusted business magazine, plus global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Masser and Tim Stenivek on Bloomberg Radio.
And a very good afternoon, everybody. Live on, well, we're not quite in New York. We are on the West Coast.
And I think it's fair to say good morning, too.
And
it's 10 o'clock here in Los Angeles, where we are.
I've lost concept of timing.
We're good.
Yes, we are very good. We're at Bloomberg Screen Time in Hollywood. We have a lot to feature from this event. It's all about content creators, folks in media, in music, and sports, how we are thinking about content creation and how we get it. So we have some great interviews coming up over the next couple of hours, but we've got a lot of news going on as well.
Yeah, we certainly do. You didn't even talk about Snoop Dogg yet?
I didn't, but
yeah.
we will
Snoop
get
was
to it.
here last night. OnlyFans Keely Blair is going to be speaking a little later. We'll hear from South Park's Matt Stone and many more. We got a great few hours here. We're going to be with you on radio for the next 4 hours, on TV for the next 2 hours. In just a few minutes, we're going to hear from Brian Roberts. He's chairman and CEO of Comcast. It's at a time when the media industry is undergoing profound transformation and disruption.
Yeah, and speaking of disruption, kind of at the heart of it is Netflix, right? This is kind of one of these legacy, iconic media companies. We're going to hear from Bella Bajaria. She's Netflix's chief content officer a bit later in this hour. They are the standout, I think it's safe to say, the one that everybody's looking to beat when it comes to streaming. So we're going to see what she has to say.
Also, a lot happening back in New York. We're not forgetting about the economic data and the trade today. Inflation's still front and center this morning after the CPI report came in a little bit hot. We're going to catch up with Mike McKee in just a few minutes. All that and more over the next 1, 2, 3, 4 hours. First up, though, a check of the trade and top business stories. Here's Charlie.
All right, thank you very much. We are along for the ride with the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ, all in the red right now. CPI Thursday. Do want to begin with a developing story. Headline right off the Bloomberg Professional Service. TD Bank units have entered a guilty plea in the U.S. money laundering case. S&P right now down 10, drop there of just about 0.2%. Stocks fell after data showed hotter than expected inflation and a slowdown in the labor market. Our Michael McKee will have a whole lot more coming up in just a moment. The Dow down 103 right now, down 0.2%. The NASDAQ Composite Index had been higher last hour, now down by 8, a drop there of just under 0.1%. 10-year now 4.10%. We've got the 2-year 3.99%. Gold up $11 the ounce to $26.19. That's a gain of 0.5%. And West Texas Intermediate crude up now by 3.6%, $75.88 a barrel. Delta Airlines shares, they are lower, down 0.3% after earnings. Delta forecasts profit and sales short of Wall Street estimates. And after 40 years in the Pollard family, the Minnesota Twins have announced plans for a sale. Recapping, S&P down 10, drop there of 0.2%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now, wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pellet, and that is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Thank you so much for that update, Charlie Pellet. Do appreciate it. Carol Masser and I, we are live from Bloomberg Screen Time 2024, Naya Studios in the heart of Hollywood out here in Los Angeles. But we're not forgetting about the economic data that dropped this morning, everything that's happening back on the East Coast. Underlying U.S. inflation rose more than forecast in September. It represented a pause in recent progress toward moderating price pressures. How's this for the numbers? Core consumer CPI, it excludes food and energy costs, increased 0.3% for a second month, disrupting a string of lower readings, according to BLS figures that we got this morning. Let's bring in Michael McKee. He's Bloomberg News International Economics and Policy Correspondent. He joins us from New York. Mike, good to have you with us. We did just hear from Raphael Bostic, who said he's keeping the door open to skipping a rate cut in November. The Wall Street Journal reporting these comments. How does this change the path of the Fed between now and the end of the year?
It probably doesn't change it yet, but, you know, the markets are always looking for a news story and something to trade on. And we had seen going into this CPI report that the number of rate cuts, well, the amount of rate cuts for November had fallen below even a 25 basis point cut move. And this didn't do any favors, kept it there. And then you have Bostic coming out and saying, well, he could wait if the numbers aren't good. But it's still too early because we'll get another PCE inflation report, which should be lower, and we'll get another employment report. We've got retail sales coming up next week. So there are a lot of indicators that could tell us more about where the economy is going.
Yeah, but I do feel like, Mike, that Fed Chair Jay Powell at the last Fed meeting kind of warned us a little bit. Like, inflation is still on his radar, and we kind of hear from folks that we're not necessarily completely out of the woods yet. So I feel like Powell warned us. Is that fair?
It's sort of fair. I think all Fed officials have to always say that they are being vigilant on inflation. But I think a lot of people on Wall Street thought Powell was leaning towards employment and the idea that the unemployment rate could go up and we could see a real low job creation number because maybe they were too tight for too long. And that was sort of the impression one got from the minutes yesterday. And now you have a totally new narrative, the idea of the Fed pausing in November coming up because of the data that we have gotten. Now, the Fed's going to look through the jobless claims numbers. That's pretty much flood and hurricane related. But they've got to keep an eye on CPI and see what happens with inflation. And, of course, we'll have a very interesting employment report beginning of next month.
I want to take a step back, Mike. Go through the inflation report and remind us in terms of where inflation was, and is there any kind of new signs of inflation picking up?
Well, the hard thing about trying to figure out this rise in the CPI, Carol, is that things that were going down went up and things that were up went down. We saw the lowest increase in home prices in the measure that they use, owner's equivalent rent, and overall rent came in just up 0.3 after months and months of 0.5. So maybe that's the break the Fed's looking for in the housing market. But used cars have been going down in price for some months, and this last month they rose. Last month we saw a break in the health insurance and medical insurance categories. They were back up again this month. So it's just kind of a strange situation. We had seen 7 months of flat grocery prices. Grocery prices were up 0.4. Part of that was eggs, which has become a political football out there. And so it's hard to say why we got this. Some of it might be related to the port strike that didn't really happen because anticipating shortages, some companies might have raised prices on food and things like that early. But otherwise, there does not seem to be one coherent explanation other than inflation is sticky and it's hard to bring down, especially this last mile.
Hey, Mike, how do you look at the data that we got today in concert with the hotter than expected employment report, the payrolls report that we got last Friday? If we see one more report in the next week or so that's hotter than expected, does that change the narrative significantly?
Well, it could certainly push the Fed to start leaning more towards the pause idea. If we got a strong retail sales report next week, that might influence them because retail sales are reported in nominal dollars, so inflation could have an effect if it's really pushing up prices. But we just don't know yet. And the problem we're going to have with the jobs numbers next month is it looks like we're going to have a significant number of people who are out of work because of the hurricanes. Next week is the reference week for the survey, and folks in Florida and folks in North Carolina are still going to be out of work. So we could have a really low job creation number. Wouldn't affect the unemployment rate, but it could affect hours worked and average hourly earnings. And so the Fed may be in a situation where it wants to be cautious as it goes forward because it isn't exactly sure where the economy is.
So, Mike, then the Fed does take something like that into account, doesn't just say, well, it's an aberration, perhaps, 1 month's bad batch of numbers.
The Fed is perfectly willing to do that. They're playing what they call a medium-term game. They're looking for inflation averaging 2% over the medium term and the lowest possible unemployment in that same sort of a time frame, whereas the markets are looking at artificial deadlines. Of course, markets reprice every day, but there's been this thing that we've all talked about that came up in recent months of how many rate cuts by the end of the year. Well, that's just an arbitrary timing. And if Fed thinks it should hold, it isn't going to matter to them if they don't raise rates in November or December or cut rates because they could do it in January or February or whatever. But it does kind of put a time frame around an artificial construct to make it more dramatic, I guess, for the markets.
Mike, on the hurricane, help us. You know, right now we're still trying to understand the damage, the toll that it's taken on the state of Florida, what needs to be cleaned up, the long-term economic effects of this. But just help us understand what economists are saying right now about a loss of productivity. It's certainly first and foremost a human story, but there are also serious economic consequences and serious economic costs here.
Well, of course, the human story is the one that should take precedence in everybody's mind, and it's terrible to talk about GDP coming in stronger because of a hurricane and other people suffering, but on a macro basis, that's sort of what happens. Now, we're way too early in the Milton efforts to figure out exactly what the damage is going to be. A lot of the damage estimates ahead of time went to the high side because people thought it would go into Tampa Bay and flood downtown, etc. Obviously, the baseball stadium is going to need a lot of money to get repaired, but some of the other big building and infrastructure in that area may not have suffered quite as much as people thought. So we'll have to wait on the numbers there. But in terms of the leftover damage from Hurricane Helene, Tampa obviously got a lot of that, and then it went up through Florida and into Georgia and North Carolina. JP Morgan did a sort of back-of-the-envelope calculation that it could cost about 1% of North Carolina's GDP, for example, but it would only hit about 13 basis points for the U.S. in the fourth quarter. And then we get a lot of rebuilding money flooding in, and buildings are going to be more expensive than the ones they are replacing. And so we get a bump to GDP from these natural disasters. So going into next year, you'll have a little bit higher spending as these areas recover. It just doesn't help the people who have lost their jobs and their houses, unfortunately.
Hey, Mike, one thing I want to think about in terms of, continuing to see inflation is a tough fight. But I think about what Jamie Dimon told our Lisa Abramowitz earlier this week about some of the macro things that are out there, whether it's demographics, whether it's climate change, whether it's supply chains that kind of are all inflationary, he said, so that longer term we're going to have higher for longer. You look at everything, the global economy, the macro economy. Is that something that we need to keep in mind as we watch these inflation prints?
Oh, absolutely. You will see in the monthly data only incremental small changes in that direction, but they add up over time. And the things Jamie Dimon was talking about are things that economists and forward-looking politicians are talking about. The demographic changes are going to have huge impacts because we're running out of people to pay for Social Security at a time when Social Security is running out of money. Something's got to be done. I gave a presentation this week to a group of international bankers, and the big thing they wanted to focus on was the U.S. deficit, because we keep spending more and more money, and at some point they might not want to buy our bonds. So there's a lot of issues coming down the pike that really need to be paid attention to. You can sort of understand why the various candidates at various levels don't want to talk about it now, because most of it involves some kind of pain for somebody. But we can hope that in January, when new Congress, new president take office, that people get serious about some of this stuff.
Hey, Mike, we got minutes this week. We got CPI earlier today. Help us understand the next catalyst here that will help paint a better picture of what the next couple of months look like and what November looks like for the Fed.
Well, we've got a series of things coming up. We've got retail sales next week, which I mentioned, and they're expected to be up a little bit. Consumers show no real signs of slowing down. And with inflation, as I said, that could add to retail sales nominal figures.
Right.
Then we've got the beige book coming up, not just what do the data say, but what do CEOs say about what things look like going forward to Fed officials. You have GDP for the third quarter. According to the Atlanta Fed GDP now, we're looking at 3.2%. Very, very strong, much higher than trend growth. And then you've got the PCE income and spending inflation numbers. All that before October ends. And then, of course, the jobs report on November 1st.
Mike didn't even mention Halloween. Didn't even mention Halloween.
It's coming.
Yeah.
We see it here.
Didn't even mention Halloween.
Michael McKee, thank you so much. Following the global economy and, of course, in policy. We're keeping a watch on media. Let's go to a panel up on stage at the theater here at Screen Time. Our Lucas Shaw talking with Brian Roberts, CEO and Chairman of Comcast NBC Universal.
Well, look, you have, we're not going to go there right away, but you have earnings in a few months. You can just wipe that clean, right? That'll. I want to start just with news of the moment, because you guys have a pretty big business in Florida, which I believe has been affected by the hurricane down there. So is everything fine at the parks?
Thanks for starting there. Well, theme park, great news for that is we'll be open tomorrow and maybe even tonight with City Walk. We also are the cable company right in Fort Myers and right where the storm came in. So a lot of devastation, as we all have witnessed. And fortunately, we have a culture, probably 1,000 people working on it today. We'll have people, as soon as power's back, we'll be back. Just had the storm a couple weeks ago, hit Georgia and Florida. It's awful this time of year. So hopefully everybody is safe, and it was good. I think the media did a great job for warning people, and it was taken quite seriously. So thank you for asking.
Yeah, I feel like there's more, I mean, for obvious reasons, there's just so much more storm coverage than ever before.
Maybe global warning?
Yeah, that's probably why. No easy way to transfer off of it, but I'm glad everyone's okay. I wanted to start sort of big picture with you. Most of your peers, I'd say, a lot of them are getting out of the media business, right? So Sherry Redstone sells, Rupert sold a few years ago, or at least out of the entertainment business. AT&T and Verizon, sort of telecom companies, got out. You seem to be investing more in media and entertainment at a time where there's a lot of anxiety and uncertainty about it. Why does it make sense for Comcast to be in the entertainment business? And what do you see that's sort of bright about the future that maybe others don't agree with?
Well, I think a broad statement like that, you know, Larry Ellison just chose to get in. You're sponsored by AWS. There's, you know, a complete change of who's enthusiastic and what do they bring to the party. And maybe some of those folks felt it was time to exit. We're pretty excited about the company we've got. We have, in the media part of the business, studios growing great. Some of the clips you said, I hope Wicked wins that poll, and more importantly, wins the box office. Fabulous bet by Donna and team last year. Oppenheimer, Chris Meledandri, you got Jason coming later. I'm just bummed out I'm not doing the hot wings.
Your body will thank you.
Yeah, and so, you know, we have in Peacock a strategy, and I'm sure we'll get into it a little more, that is a growth business for us. And we've also selling our Hulu stake. So we actually will have, you know, very little money net in streaming in terms of losses versus profits. So, you know, each company's different. Then we also have a broadband, the majority of the company that my dad started, Comcast Cable, now really a broadband connectivity business, Wi-Fi. You know, if you were to go back 10 years and you said, let's design with your perfect knowledge of what the world looks like today, what would be a cool company? You would say, well, I'd like to connect everybody to what we're doing, whether it's in streaming or whether it's in AI or whether it's going to be in, you know, whatever comes next, Zoom calls, working from home. And we have the nation's most connected broadband customers. We have a converged service with wireless and broadband in more homes than AT&T, Verizon, T-Mobile combined. And a lot of that content, 100 million people every quarter coming to watch Today's Show, Tonight's Show, SNL, which is fabulous as always this year. And I don't know how Lorne Michaels can do it every time, but this being such an important year, what a great first two shows. And then film and television and the stories we have. And then, of course, sports. And I'm sure we'll talk a little about that as well. So I think we have a pretty great company. And I'm more excited. This will be our 60th year. My dad founded it. This will be, and last year was the most profitable year and the best year in the company's history. And, you know, we're about to do earnings, everything. We're going to have a great year this year by all the analyst accounts, and maybe even the best year in the company's history are right there. And so why would you not be excited?
You brought up Peacock. I'm curious, how long until Peacock is really a profitable and sustainable business on its own?
Well, first of all, we don't look at it as on its own. So I'm not going to duck your question completely, but that's not how we're running the business. We're running it as part of the media business. So take the Olympics. 87% of the viewing was on NBC or one of our cable channels. 13% was on Peacock. But together, we presented to the consumer all those choices. Every event, every athlete, every country. Mike Tirico doing 2 primetime shows in a heroic fashion, hard to...
Yeah, we have the stats here. NBC Universal had the most viewership of any company, TV viewership at any company in August because of the Olympics.
We did it for 17 straight days. It's so hard to keep America's viewers' attention for more than 2 hours, let alone 17 days. So that was a whole company effort. And so to pick one part of the company and say, well, how's that part doing? Well, if your goal is to just be Netflix, that's a really important question. If your goal is to have a media company that, particularly in the United States, which is where most of our emphasis is to deliver sports to, I think of, Bloomberg didn't have a print business, but I was chatting with some friends from the Wall Street Journal, and they had to go from a, quote, dying print business to a growing digital business. And New York Times had to do the same. And there's some people that didn't make it. USA Today may not quite get there. Philadelphia Inquirer, regional papers, tough business. We think NBC, we are going to get there, and Peacock is going to be part of how that happens. As more and more people cut the cord, more and more people will take Peacock.
But that's why people ask about the sustainability of Peacock. I get that it's part of this broader group, right? But your cable networks are the right? So you need something to offset that.
Peacock, we think this year will be the most losses we've had, even including the NBA investment that we're making. We're already improved. That's what last quarter
The NBA
showed.
won't hurt profitability going forward.
Well, it might theoretically in the short run, but in the long run, we're super excited and think that it's factored into what we need to spend and what we'll monetize. If you go back, we had all our content on Hulu. We bought the company. That was what NBC had committed to before we owned the company. Then Fox happened, and Disney got control of Hulu. Worked out an amicable way to extricate, which was taking 5 years. We didn't want to sell our Hulu stake until the end of those 5 years.
Taking more than 5 years at this point.
By a little bit. We're gonna figure out eventually the end, and we will have taken. We've already taken, a lot of billions of dollars out off a several $100 million investment, and maybe more to come, we hope. And so when that's all said and done, we got all the content onto Peacock, but we had to start at a very late date compared to other streaming companies. So our strategy was to take all the sports we had and now make them available to people who didn't buy the bundle. We're the first ones in a way to actually do that. And then layer on all the episodes and all the seasons and all the great content that Donna's making in film, created a new set of windows. Team did a super job where some of our content is for 4 months, all of it's on Peacock. The next 10 months, it goes to either Amazon or Netflix, and then back to Peacock. Nobody had ever done that before. So we've been kind of innovating, I think, in the changing industry and the changing landscape to work for our set of assets to give us a very sustainable path to be able to say to you that our media business will be profitable, is profitable, will continue to be profitable, and I believe will grow despite the downward pressure because of the growth of Peacock.
Right. I'm wondering if you are confident in Peacock on its own, not on its own, within your company, but as a viable streaming service going forward. Why? It's been publicly reported by Bloomberg and others. You've had conversations with the other companies about merging streaming services, joint ventures, that sort of thing. Paramount's certainly been out there. Why have those talks if you're a big believer in Peacock?
Well, there's always, just because you reported at Bloomberg, I'm not going to say it's accurate. But of course, if it's Bloomberg, it must be accurate. So therefore...
well, you referenced the Journal. They also reported. I feel like if both Bloomberg and the Journal are reporting something, odds are it's accurate.
Absolutely. So, and throw NBC News in there too. So in all seriousness, obviously people are going to say, here's a changing landscape. What can I do that would advance myself? So conversations are always going to happen. They happen in all businesses all the time. I think it's a tough thing to actually get executed because I'm a believer, coming from where I started my career in cable. My first job was selling HBO door to door, one of the first jobs. And we had a lot of channels. When John Malone said we're going to go to 500 channels, it kind of got laughed about. And then the internet, of course, went to infinity. So the notion that we'd have 10 streaming services doesn't intimidate me whatsoever. The technology for the consumer is the question. Can I bounce from show to show? I'm not
too hard to get from Netflix to Peacock to Apple to.
If you believe that's how it's going to be, then that's an issue. I'm coming from a world that we went from 3 channels when my dad started to 500 channels, and we had no problem doing that, and the consumer got used to it. So the question will be, can we solve that? Well, we have technology which we've licensed to Charter, we've licensed to Rogers, we do it with Sky, we do it in Australia, we do it in South Africa, where you just talk to it and say, House of Cards, Sunday Night Football, Dodgers game, congratulations. The Phillies didn't do so well yesterday. You just go. It's just like changing channels.
Right.
Now, somebody will come along and say, well, can I buy one subscription and get all these services so I'm not out of luck? Well, that sounds like cable TV was. So I have a bias that I could see it all kind of being some form of consumer wants to go where the great content is. And if AMC makes a show, Breaking Bad, and nobody had ever watched AMC before that, perhaps, and all of a sudden they had AMC and they had Breaking Bad. That's the great community here makes the breakthrough must-have programming, whether that one day is an Olympics or one day is a show that I never knew I wanted, and word of mouth. And I'm confident that Peacock can play an important role in that. And whether we do that with others or by ourselves or in some sort of partnership, you know, those are things that right today we're pretty happy where we're at, but we'll see. We didn't bid on Paramount. We, you know, all the press wants to have us do something I don't know that we are going to do. We'll see.
Okay, I was going to take you in another direction, but you brought up M&A, so let's go and do it. You didn't bid on Paramount. The company you've been linked to most often is WBD. There's this sort of belief in the market. You want to spin out NBC Universal. You want to merge it with Warner Bros. Discovery. You want to buy Warner, something like that. You've publicly, privately, to my understanding, like been not necessarily dismissive, but said you don't think that's going to happen. Why don't you think that that deal makes sense?
Well, I think, I don't want to comment on any specific deal, and you can understand why that would be the case. And, you know, they're a wonderful set of assets, and David Zaslav's working really hard, trying to figure.
You're about to say doing a good job, and then you self-edited.
How can you read my mind? But in all seriousness here, they're trying to do something very different than what I just described, and therefore, I think we're going to do our thing, and we're the company we've got, and the assets and the team, the people. You know, you can characterize it any way you want. I think we're on a good track, and I start because I think at its heart, the company we've got started with, again, before I was there for 50 years at NBC and 100 years at Universal, but take NBC and the assets that have been created are appeal to Americans. And maybe they appeal to Britain too. It's English speaking for the most part. It's relevant. 100 million consumers touch us every 90 days. Most of the country watches something from NBC Universal. And how do we get that to the digital world and monetize that with digital ads? That's what we're trying to do. And we've got a broadband business and a television business at Comcast, Xfinity. So during the Olympics, we had almost double the viewing, 2x, in the Comcast homes. Because when you turned on the TV, there was all things Olympics in our X1 guide and our Zumo boxes. And I think that we have a playbook that works for us. Other companies are trying to chase Netflix, and you've got Netflix coming on later, done an incredible job everywhere in the world. But in the US, I think we can do an incredible job and are. And then we've got Sky in the UK, which had been doing the same kind of thing in the UK. So it kind of fits really well in our English speaking. Universal, it does globally distribute. So we set up a partnership with Paramount, Sky, Showtime. We partner with others. There's always going to be conversations around how do we remain very relevant globally. But where we have our own distribution and our own platforms and our own set of skills, I think that's what we're focused on.
What do you think the current regulatory climate, would you be able to buy a big media company?
Look, I think that's not a reason that I would give you as an answer.
Got it.
Not to do something.
You brought up cable. There was a belief, I think, among analysts, executives for a while that there was what you'd call a floor, right? There's been a decline in the cable business, but at a certain point it would level off because a certain number of people would always want to pay for it, or would just have it, right? Like older people, whatever, sports fans, whatever it may be. The last 6 months, 12 months, it feels like there's been a little bit of a revision there where there's some discussion that maybe there isn't a floor, that it just falls to zero. When you're talking with your finance guys or strategy people, what do you see as sort of the base, the floor for cable?
So that's not actually how I think we should think, because who knows is the answer to that question. I look at it as a consumer and then trying to have a set of products that we offer the consumer that we're indifferent to the answer. So if there's many people want to buy a bundle in video, great. We want to have the best bundle, and that's Xfinity. We have a talking remote, Emmy Award winning. We have all the content. We were the first people to put Netflix on that box. It was just as good as HBO. We could switch channels, everything you said earlier, no problem. We have, I think, the best entertainment operating system out there. At the same time, along came streaming in a much healthier way, and people said, I want to cut the cord. We make virtually the same amount of money, some cases more, if you take broadband only. Why do I say more? Well, we don't have to bill you all those extra fees, and we don't have to raise rates, and when you're unhappy about something, you call us. There's cost to doing business. Now you're buying your streaming, you're dealing directly with the content company. And we managed to get our business to where we're indifferent to the answer to that question. So I remember the first time I met Bill Gates, really sat down and had a meeting. He said, someday, this is in the 90s, the internet was just starting. You will have more data customers than you have video customers. At that point, we had zero internet, and we had, I don't know, 20, 25 million video. Fast forward, we have 32 million broadband and half as many video. So we set up our company with fiber optics, with long-term investments to anticipate what has happened. And now, are we perfect about that? Of course not. So I think, you know, there could be more decline. It could level off. YouTube TV, Hulu Live.
Is it going to hurt your soul a little bit if YouTube TV surpasses you as the biggest cable operator?
Not if they're using Xfinity broadband and watching NBC and watching We will have transitioned our company pretty carefully. We're going to, you know, be pretty happy with the Comcast, NBC Universal we got.
You brought up internet. Internet seems to also, it's not shrinking at all. Obviously, everybody needs it. But most people now have access to internet, right? There's maybe 30, 40 million homes or people that don't because of where they live. When you're thinking about the future trajectory and growth of your business, is there a business you're not in now that you feel like you need to be to sort of be a quote unquote growth story? Or can you do it with the assets you have?
Well, obviously there are things like AI that intrigue everybody and make it fun and stimulating to want to go to work every day and what's happening. And I love technology, and it's inspiring and scary and all things in between. So I'd start to answer that by saying, okay, go back 10 years and ask yourself what you did with the internet. And then go back to that Bill Gates moment and what were you doing 20 years ago with the internet, whatever number of years. And we were doing pictures. And then we got to Napster. Then we got to, you know, go down the list.
Right.
And now we're into 4K and we're working from home and we think we're done. And the way I keep score is bits per home. And if you look at the CAGR of bits per home, it's gone up 25, 30% since 1997. Every year we're doing more. We hope there are bits, but they're your bits. There's everybody in this room's bits. It's video cameras. It's hopefully healthcare.
And do you get, like, as that keeps growing, as it moves maybe to other devices, you feel comfortable that your company will capture enough of that?
So to name drop one other person who I think understood this way better than me. First time, or got to many times go visit with Steve Jobs to try to get an Apple box to be our box. And we were trying to merge boxes. And of course they have Apple TV, we have our box. Never actually happened. And in one of the meetings he said, well, you should give up because we're gonna win that. But you should put Wi-Fi in all your boxes. And that's how you'll win. And you should be the best pipe. And he said, the best dumb pipe. And I said, well, that doesn't sound very exciting to be the best dumb pipe. And we would edit that when I go home. So I went home, went to our chief technology officer and said, what's Wi-Fi? And today we have the nation's biggest Wi-Fi network. And we have more customers. And 90% of your cell phone usage, 90% is Wi-Fi.
Right.
And that's because 70% of all the bits going over the internet right now are streaming. And streaming wasn't here 10 years ago. So I sit here and say the most exciting thing about our company is what's coming in the next 10 years that happens in innovation around the world, hopefully here in America, hopefully Silicon Valley, in LA and everywhere else, Philadelphia, and that we're going to continue to have bits per home go up. And whether that's Apple Vision Pro, streaming sports is a natural. When we had one football game in America, went from CBS, NBC, and Fox, had Thursday night. And it moved to Prime. So it went from TV to streaming. The #1 night in bits traveling the internet in America was Sunday night. Thank you, HBO. The entire internet moved to Thursday night with one football game. So the #1 night in consumption on bits on Peacock was the single biggest night in the internet's history in America. Worked flawlessly, super proud of that moment, led us to the Olympics. I think we're just scratching the surface. All regional sports, the Dodgers games.
If you can fix the regional sports network business, I will thank you.
It's going to reinvent itself in streaming, right? Where else is that going? And so more and more, that cord cutting question, which side of that are we on? Because the more it happens, the more broadband we're going to sell. The more broadband is going to be valuable to you as a consumer, the more it's going to differentiate from wireless. We have the best network. So I go back to what Jobs said. Let's be the best network. We'll edit out dumb. And let's make sure we never lose sight of that. And that's where we're investing. So again, going back to for our company, look like a winning hand, is be on the side that you don't care what the answer is to that question. If the consumer wants to cut it, yes, that will hurt some parts of our company, but other parts of our company are going to succeed, and that's going to be, indifferent or net good.
You brought up sports. You just made a really big deal for the NBA.
So I'm told.
This is publicly announced now, no?
Oh, yeah. Very excited about it.
Two questions. One, I know the packages aren't exactly the same, but the price doubled this time, more than doubled. How do you pencil out the math on that? Because one of the criticisms that a David Zaslav would level, he's a loser in this circumstance, would be you overpaid. There's no way that those numbers make sense.
Well, we'll see, right? Who knows? He's suing to get it, so I don't think that that's a good one.
Well, he believes he'll have to pay less if he wins that lawsuit, I believe.
Okay. So you had Disney, Amazon, ourselves, and potentially those guys. And if you took it on a per game basis and adjusted that one is the finals, we didn't get those, we got the semifinals, so adjusted a regular season, add it all and get it down to some sort of game per CPM, or however you would look at it, we're all basically paying the same price. In our case, we got the most quantity, as well as some incredible quality. And so the life cycle of Peacock and where we're at, it is going to be a big driver. It's a 9-month product. It is relevant to a really growing, diverse, young audience, exactly what we want for Peacock. It fits in with right in the schedule after Sunday Night Football. We've got Olympics, we've got many other great events. And so we think this is what the market was. It's about a once every 25 years, 20 years that there's a platform change. We're in the right place at the right time. Team Mark and Rick Cordell and Mike Cavanaugh, others, fantastic job making it happen. And we really admire what the NBA is going to do, has done, and we're excited to be a partner. Couldn't be more excited.
Does that mean you're like, are you sort of out on the next big, like UFC's coming up next year? You sort of made your bet, that's not for you, or do you still have the spending to go after?
We haven't, I don't want to speak on any one. We haven't typically done that property, but we had NBA on NBC, felt like.
I grew up in it.
Right, there's a real, just incredible enthusiasm at NBC Sports and across the whole company that this is going to be an engine for growth for the many, many years, and hopefully it'll be a 20, 30-year relationship or long after I'm gone. So I'm excited.
I think, unfortunately, we're about out of time, but I did want to ask you one more question because you
always the one more question.
No, this one's easy. You brought up, I'm ending on an easy note this year. You brought up Steve Jobs, you brought up Bill Gates. When you go to like the billionaire summer camps, right? Like who's your clique? Who are?
I was helping my wife recover from knee surgery. I wasn't there, so I didn't go to any camps. It's been a great. No, it's a fun industry, right? And what happened over time, and the first time my dad and I were invited to that, we went together. We always asked to stay in the same room and just use it as a chance to like pinch ourselves that a company, when I got out of college, went to work for Comcast, we had 20 million in revenues. And this year, give or take, no guidance here, but call it 120 billion. And it's like only in America. So I think when we get to go and see the change, and what's obviously changed over the years is now the technology. Google, the first time they showed up, or Yahoo. I remember Warren Buffett asking a question of Yahoo, of Jerry Yang or something like, well, tell me how you monetize. And, nobody could understand. And now, of course, the world's changed. And so I think that's what has allowed our company, we've tried to partner with those and say we don't have all the answers and keep some certain sort of humility as we continue to be in a very tough business and changing and keep our enthusiasm and attract great people. And that's what we're trying to do.
Your dad started to pass the reins to you at a pretty young age, right? Have you thought about that in your circumstance at all?
I always, it was a very different company. We have great kids who are doing their own thing in life. We'll see. But Mike Cavanaugh, we've attracted people over time who I think if I'm hit by a bus, our company's in great shape. But we've been able to use the 2-tier stocks that my dad created to kind of have a stability and a long-term investor owner mentality by trying to recognize the public duty and importance of being a best-in-class company.
Brian, thanks for being here.
Thanks, Lucas.
That, of course, is the head of Comcast, Brian Roberts, with our Lucas Shaw. I mean, this is someone where the media business, right, cable business has certainly been in
decline, I think it's fair to say.
Well, but also something that
where's the floor? That's what Lucas asked. Where's the floor of this business?
But he grew up in it, right? And he's been part of the changes. If you think about it, he came to Comcast back in 1990. That's over a quarter of a century ago. That company that he now leads has transformed dramatically.
Well, just think about the what the landscape looked like then when Comcast was started by his father. He said there were 3 channels out there, then there were 500 channels, and now you have people using the smallest screens that they carry around in their pockets each and every day to consume more content than they're consuming on the big screen.
All right, let's get to another exciting panel here. Luca's still up on stage, now joining the Netflix Chief Content Officer, Bella Bajaria. Let's listen in, everybody.
If your team loses, like, does your family
little
know
bit.
not to bother you?
Yes, a little bit, like, especially like finals, World Cup, for sure.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, I guess it's
Like, I desperately
good news
wanted
that the
Argentina to win in the Men's World Cup.
I was with you,
and I was
yes.
freaking out over
Okay,
that,
good.
for sure. Yes. And I was very happy the U.S. women's national soccer team
won at the Olympics.
won at the Olympics,
Yes.
which was very exciting.
You hosted a bunch of agents at Netflix, and I'm not going to ask what you think I'm going to ask, but you hosted a bunch of agents at Netflix a couple weeks ago to show them what you had coming and give them, I think as you described, sort of like a lesson in Netflix.
Yeah.
And I was struck by this because Netflix has been around for a decade in terms of original programming, more than that as a company, obviously. It's the biggest buyer in town. What is it that your partners don't understand about Netflix at this point?
It's a good question, but I was really hoping you were going to ask me the other question.
We'll get there.
I'd like to set the record straight on that a little bit. So, look, part of inviting everybody in to say, like, let's, talk about the product, let's have Mary and Lee, our CMO, talk about marketing and our social channels, and me sort of just doing here's Netflix, here's what we do. The reason is for really twofold. One, those are our partners, right? And we know if they understand our business or what we're trying to do, they also can help guide their talent and understand what Netflix is. And the reason that I wanted to do it was I think there's still a lot of people in our business who still can sort of understand like linear network or legacy media companies, and then they try to squint and go, oh, but you do it this way, but why can't, and they can only relate to sort of this old-fashioned way of the business, right? That kind of model. And it was really to say, we're a pure play streamer, we're a subscription business, we only make film, TV, and games, this is the business we're in, we care about consumer choice and control, we launch things all at once, here's our huge audience, it's almost, it's like, let's say, it's 600 million people, like, and we're not this or that, because I think people really want to sort of just go, do you make this kind of movie or this kind of show? That's a very narrow way of looking at it. We are programming for 600 million people around the world with lots of different tastes, lots of different cultures, lots of different languages, and it's never been done before. And so it was a little bit of a, can we do Netflix 101 to just understand this is our business. We're just in a different business and our model is different. And so it was more that here's a peek behind the curtain, we're partners with you, and we want to make sure that we share this information and kind of set the table of what we're trying to do and our aspiration to make amazing film and TV all around the world and why we do it this way.
Okay, we can talk about the thing you wanted to talk about if you
I don't want to talk about it, but you all want to talk about it, so I'm going to talk about it.
What Bella's referencing is there's been this belief, or you have started to adjust the way that you pay talent on certain movies. And there is a movement across Hollywood right now, I would say, among the streaming services to reevaluate how they pay talent. Because it used to be you'd buy all the rights up front, and there wouldn't really be back end. Maybe you get a bonus if you get nominated for an award, something fancy like that, but not traditional ownership back end. A lot of people think that you're going there in television, and you don't want to go there. Am I?
Yeah. So okay, well, we're going to back up for a second. So I'd say I get that the press really wants to write about the story, right? And everybody wants there to be a story there. I understand that because clearly evidenced by what's been written, including total fabrications about meetings that were about it, which is just not true. And we like our model, and we like our model in film and TV. And on the film side even, which a lot has been written about, we are not changing our model. Our model works great for talent, or it works great for filmmakers, it's worked well for us, we like the model, it's worked for a long time. So we are not changing our compensation model. There have been a few bespoke deals on a couple of movies that some talent was interested in the opportunity of like, we'll take some risk, but we're gonna share more upside. And they were interested in that. But just to set the record straight, I can count those. I can't even say handful because I can count them on a hand, but I can actually count them on 2 fingers. So it's a very tiny thing that has blown up to this story of we're changing our business model. We're not.
But
in TV, we have not done one of those deals, so that's just not true.
Don't you think that some of that has to do with the fact that Netflix says we're not going to do X, and then they eventually do it, right? There's like something, you weren't going to do advertising, then you do. All these that you weren't going to do password, you were allowed password sharing, then you don't. And so people assume that this is a sign of it's another one of those where you're saying no, but.
So I think what's interesting about that is, oh, you said you wouldn't do advertising, and now you're doing. What I always find fascinating about that is, isn't that amazing that we actually would say something, we learn, the business evolves, the business grows, we understand the business, and we change. We don't say rigid in we said this publicly, so we're not going to go back on something. I love, by the way, that, Reed was here during that time, but as a company, we'd say, oh, we thought we weren't going to do this, and now the business has evolved, we understand more, consumers have changed, there's all of this change, and then we're willing to change. We're willing to pivot and grow and evolve and innovate, instead of saying, this has always been done, and we can never change it, or we've said it publicly, so we won't do it. So what I love, actually, about the company is that we will sort of change, and we will innovate, and we will say those things. And we will sort of just go, okay, maybe we were wrong then, or the business, that was the right decision then, and now this is the right decision now. I think that's like an amazing thing. That's what makes a very dynamic company, to do, let's make local language film and TV all around the world has never been done before. We sort of did it. So I actually love that part, that we will publicly go, okay, we've learned more, the business has changed, so we're gonna change. Maybe that's why maybe that's the reason everybody wants to write press stories that are not accurate. Maybe. You tell me. Maybe that's why everybody wants to talk about it. But I'm just saying, just so everybody is clear, there's been one title, really, maybe two. Two's not even official, actually, that we've ever done. And if you look at all the movies that Dan Lin has greenlit, which is quite a bit, has been happening. So I just think there's just no story there, and I know it's such a bummer for some of your friends and colleagues because they want to write about it. I know.
I'm curious.
I know.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
What you brought up Dan and movies, which I feel like has gotten a lot of attention this year. You come from the world of TV. For $80 million, you can make 8 episodes of a TV show. You can make a movie. I feel like for Netflix, a TV show is generally more economical than a movie. Why are you guys still in the movie business? Like, what is the value that Netflix gets from original movies?
Oh, I think that's too narrow of a way to look at it, because it's not about like economical. Like, it's members all around the world love movies and love TV shows and love nonfiction and love docs, right? And love some of, these live events we do. So we are pleasing and making all of those things with a great variety of what we do. And people love movies. We love movies, and people love movies. And so I think looking at like cost in that way is sort of the wrong way to look at the business. I really look at it as, we know people love movies, and so we should make lots of movies. And Dan's, which I am excited about, sort of Dan, coming in, he's really thoughtful about the quality. He's really been thoughtful about, there's lots of different kinds of genres, right, of movies that we know audiences love, and really trying to be able to like program for all of those. And then if you take that, and then we have, pay one deals, and then the acquisitions where we just acquired, Amelia Perez and Maria Callas, and movies that we're also excited about if you look at the entire slate. So I just think it's really important that giving audiences lots of different kinds of things that we know they love. So I think looking at it through cost.
I only bring up cost because, look, you guys have your $17 billion. You've talked about, like, this is a budget.
He just says $17 billion, like it's nothing. $17 billion.
No, but if you put one in, if something is relatively static, if you spend money on one thing, you can't spend money on another thing, right? Their budget may change, but Brian Roberts just commits $2.5 billion a year to the NBA. Guess what? Some of that money is coming out of entertainment programming, because he's not just adding $2.5 billion to the budget. You guys, you brought up live. You're investing in some live rights. We'll get there. That's got to come out of somewhere, right?
Yeah. And that was sort of the trade-off to make. But I'd say we make film and TV, right? That is film is a very important part of entertainment. And so it's not like that, like, oh, let's make one less film. We just know that we want great films, and we want an amazing slate of films of all different kinds. Right. And we know there's lots of different genres. And so it's just it's an essential part of like great programming is to have amazing films.
Right. You have a Knives Out sequel next year, right?
We do.
And you have the Greta Gerwig movie. doing.
Yeah, I mean, we haven't started shooting yet, but Knives Out is already shooting, and we have, we have Frankenstein from Guillermo del Toro next year.
I was curious on Knives Out because that one became sort of the fulcrum of this. Like, people love to ask about Netflix and movie theaters, and I feel like Ted has sort of established this is our policy. But you speak of exceptions. You give like Knives Out a big theatrical push, like you did the last one.
We are really committed, and again, I think when we're talking about our model, which is we talked about at the beginning of it, is that we're a subscription business, and our members love movies, and our members want to watch great movies at home in their living rooms. And so we're very committed to movies, but for us, we know audiences love movies, and we know they like to watch them at home, and we do care about consumer choice and control. They want to watch what they want, when they want, how they want, and we want to give great theatrical quality movies direct to the living rooms of our members, right? That is sort of what we're doing. That's the model. And that was a little bit about here's what we do.
Yeah.
And I know people want to just go, but these other people do it this way. Why can't you do it this way? We're just in a different business.
Okay. Something that you are now doing that a lot of other people do is live. You're going to start showing wrestling every week next year. This was a big deal for you. Why is a company that's so synonymous with on-demand doing more live programming, and why did you want wrestling in particular?
So look, what I love about just live, it was just kind of, it's just kind of an expansion of programming, right? There's certain types of things that just feel like they're kind of more exciting live, or, I'd say, look, the Tom Brady roast. We would have done it regardless, live or not live. I think making it live had a fun, unpredictable energy conversation around what that was. I'd say early days, we've been talking about live for a while, because early days when we started, oh my God, Kevin Hart was so funny. Early days
I think there are probably parts of that roast we're not allowed to play.
You're probably not. I want to see if they're going to write those words up there too. So let's see. I'd say sort of early days of even unscripted. There's some unscripted shows that really have like this great kind of live component to it, or there's more sort of fan engagement with certain kinds of things. And so to me, live was just a different, it's just kind of another, tool that we have of like, is this thing creatively better live? Is this a different kind of programming, right, we can do? Which then obviously did lead to WWE. And I'd say WWE has been, it's been like it's going to be a long-term partnership. But what we loved about it, obviously kind of in the beginning, I'd studied it a lot, knew that it had moved multiple networks, at different times, and the audience had followed. And it's a very loyal, passionate, multi-generational fan base. Like, I grew up watching with my grandfather, so I totally sort of get kind of the multi-generational part of it. It's great storytelling, amazing characters, and what is exciting is to be able to partner with the WWE and have it 52 weeks a year, 3 hours live weekly, and have that kind of programming. And it's never been distributed globally kind of in this way before. And so I just thought it was, great programming and this amazing sort of loyal audience. And that sort of look, and live just, again, that opportunity came up, but we had the ability to do live, and so we could do that. And we know audiences love WWE. We know the fan base is loyal, and so that was great that we had the ability to say, yeah, we can do that.
Are you ready for 3 live hours every week, technologically speaking?
Yes, for sure. And by the way, if you think about, we did Nadal and Alcaraz. I mean, we've done different live events. We have Tyson and Jake Paul coming up on the fight on November 15th. So there's so much that, yeah, for sure. By the way, we were thoughtful about it as we are, and it was, and we did a bunch of live things, sort of getting ready for kind of these, bigger ones. And so, yeah.
Those early ones that you referenced, like, is it fair to just sort of view them as tests that won't be repeated? Because some of the audience for those is pretty small. I can't imagine you want to repeat it. Like, the roast is a huge success, right?
Yeah.
But the Nadal-Alcaraz match, which I went to, didn't seem like a lot of people watched it. The SAG Awards, not a lot of people watch it.
I don't think that's, I think, look, you have to look, some of it you have to look for different kinds of programming, cost of something, size of audience. Chris Rock, super successful. Like, that was, great to do. I loved, and by the way, if you think about for our members in Spain, the Nadal-Alcaraz match was amazing, right, and did very well. And we loved that kind of just the storytelling and the matchup of those two people and a little passing the baton type of thing. And so I'd say there's a wide range of things that we can do live.
Got it. You're doing the NFL on Christmas.
We are.
Greg Peters, your co-CEO, made a comment recently about Netflixifying the NFL. What does that mean?
Did you ask Greg that? Okay, I'll tell you why I was excited about the NFL. And we'll, so I'm excited about that opportunity.
Who wouldn't be excited to have the NFL?
Well, hello. But I think it was exciting, but I think very strategically to say NFL plus Netflix on Christmas Day, right? It's not that we have just a random game on some other day. It was like having, you know, this great thing for our audience and saying we're going to be on Christmas Day and having both games and making it, you know, really sort of owning the day that way. Obviously, we love football. We know our members love football. And to, you know, have a game sort of on Christmas Day and be able to do that would be great. If you think about it, so the NFL has never been on one single service or network, right, around the world all at one time. And so it's going to be really interesting, I think, to be able to do that. And to me, I mean, I don't know about what, I'm not exactly sure Nexifying. I think it just has to be like, right, we want it to be great. We, you know, again, we want it to be entertaining. We want it to be great. And it's an amazing game. And so we want football to be football. Like we want it to, you know, it's going to feel a little bit.
All right, everybody, that, of course, is our Lucas Shaw up on stage here at the theater at Naya Studios. Of course, it's Bloomberg Screen Time, but he was talking to the Chief Content Officer of Netflix. So that conversation continuing.
Yeah, check out LiveGo on the Bloomberg terminal or, of course, Bloomberg.com/screentime if you want to keep watching that. But also stay with us because we got a great couple of hours coming up in just a few minutes.
We do. Incredible programming here at Screen Time. All of the moguls, the folks that are involved in content creation, they come from the worlds, of movie making, of streaming channels, of sports, of music. It's all of it, and we're going to be covering that over the next few hours.
Yeah, Snoop Dogg was here last night. We got Matt Stone from South Park coming up in just a couple of hours. The CEO of OnlyFans also here a little later today, plus many more guests.
Scooter Braun.
Scooter Braun, we're going to hear from him in just about a half hour.
Yeah, so we're going to cover all of that, guys. And we're also going to check in very shortly with Gemma Gracewood, editor-in-chief of Letterboxd. For all of you who love movies, this is a platform for you, so we're going to find out exactly what they're doing.
All that and more coming up over the next few hours here at Bloomberg Screen Time in Hollywood. First up, though, a check of the day's trade and top business stories. Here's Charlie Pellet.
All right, I thank you very much, and here's what's going on. We have got the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ all trading in the red right now, right to the numbers, CPI Thursday, and we're looking at a loss on the S&P right now of 12 points, down just about 0.2%. So the S&P retreating for records, 57.79 right now. The Dow at 42,397. Dow Industrials down 114, down by about 0.3%, while the NASDAQ Composite Index now lower by 10, drop there of just about 0.1%. Stocks fell after data showed hotter than expected inflation and a slowdown in the labor market. The 10-year 4.10%, with the 2-year now yielding 3.99%. Gold is up $17 the ounce to $26.24, up by about 0.7%. A rally for West Texas Intermediate crude up 3.8%, above $76 a barrel right now, 76.07. Oil surge, snapping a 2-day decline as speculation about Israel's response to the Iranian missile attack continues to whipsaw the market. Shares of the Energy Select Sector Spider ETF, they're up by 1.1%. ExxonMobil up 1.1%. ADRs of BP up 1.2%. Chevron up now by about 0.9%. Up next for Wall Street, big bank earnings. JP Morgan Chase, Wells Fargo ahead of the open tomorrow morning. Again, recapping U.S. stocks lower. S&P right now down by 14, a drop there of 0.3%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pelleton. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, everybody. Thank you so much. Charlie, we are live at Bloomberg Screen Time. We are here in Hollywood. And I got to say, before the time of MySpace and Facebook...
There was a time before?
There really was.
The land before time.
The internet was full of message boards. There really was a time before. With like-minded communities. That's what it was all about. They would discuss their niche interests together from all corners of the world. Bring together like-minded individuals.
Honestly, I feel like that's actually coming back right now. Increasingly, affinity-based platforms have been making a comeback. They're often kinder and gentler places where enthusiasts can just go and engage over common interests. I got Strava, for example.
Yeah,
I use
you're
that.
really
I've been like
into it.
all over Reddit lately. I'm the oldest person.
It's the parent thing.
Yeah, I'm like 40 years late on Reddit, but it's working out for me. Enter Letterboxd, though. It's a place for movie buffs, and they can catalog the movies and discuss the ones that they've seen. We got with us Gemma Gracewitz. She's the editor-in-chief of Letterboxd. She's here with us at Screen Time.
Welcome.
Help us understand what things look like right now, because a lot of these platforms saw a huge surge during the pandemic when we were all at home. Now we're all back out doing stuff.
Yeah.
Are you still seeing growth on the platform?
Even more so. I mean, we had pretty insane growth during the pandemic. We went into it with 1.8 million members. We came out, not that it's over, but a couple of years later we had 6 million members, and we're now at 16 million, like close to 16 million in the last couple of years. So yeah. People just keep coming to write their thoughts about movies.
Why do you think that is? Because I get it during the pandemic. We were all stuck at home. We were looking for communities and to feel connected. Why do you think it continues to grow?
Yeah, and to feel connected, and also to feel maybe a sense of achievement in our days when there was sort of no shape to those long lockdown days. I think it's continued to grow because something that happened during that time was a lot of people coming to write their thoughts about the Twilight series and then go, what else has Robert Pattinson done? Good Time. Oh, The Lighthouse with Willem Dafoe. This is interesting. This is cinema I've never seen before. And then started a cinephile journey that coming out of the pandemic has taken them into art house cinemas to see a lot of films that they never got to see on the big screen the first time around. And they're finding community literally in cinema foyers now. Like we see a lot of under 35-year-old engagement in the cinema.
Is it actually a safe place that stays on topic? Because you see on Twitter, you see on Instagram, you see on Facebook, it just evolves right away. It gets political, Democrats control the weather, comments such as those. Is Letterboxd free of that?
No. Every part of the internet has its, can I say douchebags on Bloomberg?
You just did.
I just did. I'm so sorry about it. Every part of the internet has pile-ons, but I think the benefit and the beauty of a place like Letterboxd and Strava is that the conversation happens specific to the film that a member is reviewing, or specific to a list that they've put together of movies they love, or Willem Dafoe movies ranked. And so there's no kind of central town square on Letterboxd for everybody to pile in on something. And we also give our members tools, like comment moderation tools of their own, so they can curate their own spaces. So the conversation happens around a movie or around a movie list, and that's generally what keeps it kind. But also, it's in our community policy, 2 words, be cool.
Barbenheimer, however you want to say it. Barbie and Oppenheimer.
Yeah.
What did that do for your platform? Did it give it a boost? Did you see anything significant off of that?
We definitely saw a massive amount of growth around a lot of editorial we did with Greta Gerwig at Barbie time and with Martin Scorsese at Killers of the Flower Moon time, where there are spikes there. But more than that, it's not just about getting new members to Letterboxd. What I loved about Barbie was Greta's generosity in sharing all of the film references that she used to make that film. Everything from Pee-wee's Big Adventure to Singin' in the Rain. And then we see, at the back end, the watch list spikes of our members going, Greta loves that film, I love Greta, I'm going to watch that film.
There's a history in cinema, right?
Yeah.
Like her movie.
Yeah, absolutely. And so for us, it's all about film discovery. That is purely what it's about. Film discovery and enabling people to discover more films, whether they're in cinemas right now or whether they're coming out on a Criterion 4K. And if someone like Greta Gerwig is saying, here are the 31 movies that inspired Barbie, we see the activity among our members watching those movies.
Are you platform agnostic in the sense of who cares if the film comes out on Netflix and in theaters at the same time? Who cares if the film was only available in theaters before VCRs were even a thing? How has the conversation shifted?
Absolutely. We want people to see films where they can see them. And And I mean, the state of theatrical, right, is that not every film comes out in every cinema in every town around the world. And so we see a lot of members reviewing a film saying, I drove 2 hours to see this and I'm so glad I did, because I wanted to see it in 70mm. But also other people who, you know, are watching it on their streaming services, and all of it is fine because they're all watching movies.
How do you guys make money?
How do we make money?
Sorry.
No,
We're Bloomberg.
It's a good question.
No, but how do you do it?
Yeah, we have wages to pay. The first way we did it in the early days was by inviting our members to pay an annual subscription fee to either be pro or patron level, and for that they get yummy features like their annual stats around who your most watched actor is, and a map of the world that changes colour as you watch a film from each part of the world. And then we brought in advertising, and if you don't want advertising with your Letterboxd experience, you can upgrade to pro or patron.
What pays the bills, though? Is it the
so that pays
the subscriptions or advertising?
Subscriptions, advertising, and campaigns. Mainly campaigns with a lot of studios and distributors. So the thing we have at Letterboxd is people's emails and their taste in film and their film watching history. So someone might come to us with a film and we go, cool, these are 10 other films that are like that film. We will find you the members in the part of the world that you want to focus on, and we will find the members who have watched and rated 4 stars or above these other films. So we base it around taste rather than demographic, and it's much more effective. We have a 58% open rate in general in terms of our campaigns that we do with studios. Yeah, amazing. And they go.
Are you getting interest from working with stars, working with actors and actresses who could come on and do sort of like a Reddit Ask Me Anything type thing, a live engagement to sort of see what their fans are talking about and asking them?
We would love to do that.
Do the A-list celebrities want to do that?
Are you listening out there?
We've got a lot of people joining. We just had Michael Mann join. We just had Vim Vendors join. Martin Scorsese became a member last year. We could certainly run a live Q&A if they wanted to. We haven't done it so far, but we'd love to.
Well, so how do you get that involvement? Like, because that to me would sound like it makes sense, right? In the environment we live in, especially since you have celebrities or movie makers or actors that are part of the platform.
Yeah.
Have you reached out? Like, how do you make that next step?
Well, I mean, what we've been focusing on is our 4 favorite films series, actually. And so that's the great thing about that. I mean, absolutely, we would love to do live AMA Q&As. That will come in the future. But I think what's really taken off is the simple idea that on the app, the first thing we ask members to do is, when they're setting up their account, is say their 4 favorite films. So there's 4 slots, right? And you can pick your 4 favorite. You can change them up whenever you like. It's a feature of the app. We started asking people on red carpets that question, and somehow it took off. And so that's I guess that's our cornerstone feature at the moment. And the wonderful thing about it is, yeah, like 50 people have said The Godfather or The Godfather 2, but then they say beautifully obscure films. Like just yesterday here, Snoop Dogg was like Superfly, The Mac, Dolomite, and Scarface, which is so cool. So then we see, when we post those 4 favorites, we see the watch list spike. So members are like, I haven't seen that. I'm putting that straight on my watch list.
Yeah, it sounds like AI can be a useful tool in all of this in a big way. Maybe.
Yeah.
Gemma, thank you so much. Really enjoyed this. Thanks for finding time. Gemma Gracewood, she's the editor-in-chief of Letterboxd right here at Screen Time. Gemma, thanks.
Well, Hurricane Milton was moving off Florida's east coast after cutting a path of destruction through the state, leaving residents to assess the damage from one of the most feared storms in recent history. With an update, let's get to Bill Waddell, reporter at AccuWeather, live from Sarasota, Florida. Hey, Bill.
Hey, good afternoon to you. I can tell you right here on the ground on the south side of Sarasota, these family members and business owners are relieved because one of the only bridges to Siesta Key has just opened. Anybody who owns a property, homeowners and small business owners finally allowed to drive over. Earlier today, the only way to get there was to walk more than a mile down there to see how their properties fared after Hurricane Milton. Of course, Siesta Key is the barrier island where Hurricane Milton officially made landfall last night. And in Sarasota, Sarasota, where we were downtown, we saw 3.5 feet, if not more, of storm surge flooding into the streets, coming in from different directions. It was tough to get around. It was a dicey situation, and some folks who let their guard down during the height of the storm here in Sarasota. The front end of Hurricane Milton wasn't all that bad. It was eerily quiet in the eye of the storm, but we were smacked by the back end of Hurricane Milton pushing inland. That's what pushed all of that storm surge into the Sarasota area, and the worst storm surge impacts are just to our south.
I think we can start with our next.
Bill, are we to the point where they're still doing search and rescue at this point? Is that still happening after the storm moved through?
You know, it sounds like that is starting to wrap up. Just before you came to us live, we saw 2 of those large National Guard vehicles rolling off of this barrier island. They may be going to other hit areas, but we're not seeing as many Coast Guard helicopters this afternoon. The really good news, unfortunately, these folks just went through impacts from Hurricane Helene 2 weeks ago, and I think it was so fresh. So many people were dealing with flooding damage and already had compromised homes or businesses. They took these evacuation orders seriously. So more people got out. Thankfully, it sounds like they had less problems with people staying behind on the barrier islands. And even people are telling us here at Siesta Key, they think the storm surge impacts were less this time around than what they saw from Helene. But I've got to tell you, regardless, this is going to be an incredibly costly storm for the United States. I've just been speaking with our experts back at the AccuWeather Global Weather Center. They are working on their preliminary estimate for the total damage and economic loss for Hurricane Milton. We don't have those numbers just yet. That is expected later today. But we are looking above $150 billion in total damage and economic loss. At least that's our preliminary look for Hurricane Milton. We're going to have those numbers officially later today. Why I'm telling you this? Hurricane Helene 2 weeks ago, AccuWeather estimates the total damage and economic loss from that storm $225 to $250 billion. So we are closing in on roughly $400 billion in total damage and economic loss from 2 hurricanes in the span of 2 weeks here in the United States.
It's kind of hard to get your head around it, that's for sure, all of it. Bill, just last question, in terms of emergency services, what are you seeing on the ground? Are people getting what they need?
Yeah, this is a situation. Florida knows how to handle these hurricanes well. So we've seen a lot of the utility crews. We've seen the National Guard members. Deputies are here. Again, Florida's pretty prepared for these hurricane landfalls, and we have so many resources here just from 2 weeks ago when Hurricane Helene blew through this part of the Gulf Coast, kind of brushed by the worst impacts to the north. But we were in the Carolinas last week. We know that that area was hit incredibly hard in the mountains from that catastrophic flooding that AccuWeather was warning about. Those inland flooding areas impacted by these tropical storms and hurricanes, I think it's fair to say they're not as prepared. It is much tougher to get resources like that into the mountains. So this was tough for a lot of organizations, first responders, and everybody responding to disasters here in the United States. Which storm do you go to? Do you pull away out of the Carolinas and the mountains and come back here to Florida? Thankfully, this time around, we're hearing from people. The resources were here. They're getting the help that they need. And the good news, I'm not hearing a lot of helicopters at this hour, not nearly as many sirens as we did earlier today. That's a really good sign. We know there's a lot of damage and people were hurt, but we're being told this could have been a lot worse.
Well, we'll take the good news and the good signs where we can get them. Bill Waddell, reporter over at AccuWeather, live on the scene down in Sarasota, Florida. Really appreciate you taking the time, and also be sure to stay safe. We're going to have updates throughout the remainder of our program this afternoon on the latest from the devastation of Hurricane Milton.
All right, we're going to continue, of course, as Tim said, to update that. We want to get back to Bloomberg Screen Time. As you can hear, a lot going on around us. It's a little loud, but it is all about content creation, how we receive it, who's involved in it. It's being disrupted. There's a lot of innovation. There's a lot of technology in it. And our next guest has really firsthand seen the impact that technology can have on creators and how we create things. She's former VP of Creative Cloud Experience and Engagement over at Adobe. She was involved in the building of something we all know a lot about, Photoshop, and probably have used. Her background spans such companies as Flickr, Yahoo, Mail, and WeWork. She's also the founder and former CEO of Tomfoolery, which was bought by Yahoo 1 decade ago. Let's bring in Kako Srivastava. She's the CEO right now at the music creation platform. It is called Splice. Welcome, welcome, welcome.
Hello, hello.
No, thanks for having me. Well, it's great to have you here. When it comes to music, you guys offer up tools when it comes to music creation. Tell our audience who may not be so familiar what exactly you do.
So Splice is the world's largest marketplace for samples, which are the Lego building blocks that are of sound that are used to build modern music, right? So you hear all those beautiful layered sounds in pop music, hip hop, EDM, even country music. That's built using samples like the kind that we provide. One of the things that we've been working on is, because we have this incredibly rich library of sounds that we collect from all over the world. So even now we have a team in Sao Paulo really going deep on the street culture there, understanding music, how music is being made, and capturing those sounds for our library. Because we have this library, we can build this next generation of AI-based tools because we have a very clean training set, which is essential for building AI.
So you've created this sample library that people can play around with.
We have the sample library, but we also have creative tools that people can use that are AI-powered to create their own music. So for example, you can start on Splice, you can upload a musical idea that you have, a guitar riff that you've been working on, or a little bit of a song that you've written, and we will help you assemble the track around that because we have the samples and we can use our AI technology to listen to what you've built and match the right complementary sounds that go along with it. Pretty cool.
Cool for us to hear, but if you're a musician, who makes his or her living, their living creating music, are you scared of tools such as these?
No. I think that's actually what makes us a very different player in this space. Our target customers, the people who pay us money, are musicians. And so we're really focused on how do we take the toil out of their work. And if you watch people create music, especially in sample-based music, you see them click through and listen to 40 different drum sounds to find the right one. If we can get you in the right ballpark faster, you can just bring that into your whatever creative tool you use to sort of get to the next level.
Coco, who owns it though? Like, I'm thinking about all these sounds that you are pulling in from around the world, which sounds super cool.
Right.
But who owns it originally?
That's a great question. That's a really, and it's a question that people should be asking all the time, right? Because creators should own their music, or you should do the right thing in compensating creators to use their music, whether it's for training libraries or for other things. Right. So our library entirely is built on having relationships with the artists directly, who are the sample creators, the sound designers, the artists, musicians all over the world, to work with us to bring their sounds to our platform.
So are they initially compensated once, or every time somebody uses it and uses it in their own composition, they get some kind of fee?
Yeah, so we work with the artists themselves to bring the sounds in, and we have different kinds of deals. Some people are like, yeah, I'm gonna just take a flat fee right now, that's what's important to me. Other people participate in our network in some way, in our marketplace in some way. On the other side, the customers who subscribe to the sample library, who subscribe to Splice, the way that works is we are royalty free, so that regardless of how you use the sound, whether you use it for something for your own personal creation that never sees the light of day, or you end up having it show up in a hit track with Sabrina Carpenter, the Espresso song, which happened recently with some Splice samples. It's fine. You're totally free to do that and use the sounds in your creation.
Sort of related about copyright safe audio. If somebody wants to use the tools to develop something that would be used for commercial purposes, how do you ensure that the sound, what it was trained on, is copyright safe?
That's a great question. I think that's a much more important question for people who are doing generative AI, right? They're creating new sounds. All of the sounds on Splice are human created, human curated, so we have those relationships with those artists directly.
When do you get to the point where you are doing Gen AI sound?
We're looking at it really carefully. Our belief, and we've
feel this pretty strongly, is that the way that generative AI should be used is not actually to create content, but rather to create tools to allow human beings to create content.
Okay, so
right?
explain the difference between those two things.
Sure. So one is, okay, I've typed in a bunch of words and poof, a song comes out. And that's an interesting thing. It's interesting for some
So that would be
people.
Gen AI.
That's very a very first version Gen AI experience that everyone is like sort of buzzing about right now. Another example is something we actually just launched yesterday, this new integrated experience that is right inside the main creative tool that people use for, we did a partnership with a company called Studio One. And there's a Splice plugin that's integrated deep into the thing. And so a user is creating something, and we're able to listen to what the user is creating, or the user is able to say, find something that matches this sound. And by looking at what the user's sound is, we're able to assemble human-created, human-curated sounds to help them complete their. That is not Gen AI, but it's a kind of tool that builds on that kind of AI mechanism.
We'll get into some of the business nitty-gritty. We have about a couple minutes left here. How many users? What do they mostly use it for? What's the engagement? I feel like I'm always stuck asking the question. One of us is, how do you guys make money? Like, how do you...
So we're a subscription business.
Yeah.
We have over 500,000 subscribers who pay us every month.
Yeah. And they're sticky? They stay with you?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, they do. We still have people who've been started with Splice 5 years ago, 6 years ago. So definitely. And that comes from us focusing on people who are serious music creators, people who are really investing in their livelihood or their passion, their hobby.
What's the growth in users? Are you profitable?
We are profitable. We are profitable, and we are growing. So the core business is incredibly powerful, incredibly strong. Over 100,000 users come to our site every day. Over 1 million sounds are downloaded every day. Wow. So we're operating at meaningful scale. The creator tool, the AI stuff is new, and we'll all see where that goes.
You're new to the business, relatively, music business, I should say. You understand technology.
Yes.
Just got about 30, 40 seconds left here. What are you learning? Like, what's kind of surprised you and how different this world is?
So I've spent my entire career focused on creative people. You described some of my background earlier. Musicians, music creators are just like they're like software developers. They're like graphic designers. They want the time and space to focus on their craft, and they want their tools to get out of the way, right? And because they want that idea in their head to come out in terms of vibrations that will hit our ears, right? And getting out of the way is our job. That's what we're trying to
do their craft, as they say.
Yes.
Kakal, thank you so much for stopping by.
Thank you for having me. I really appreciate it.
Kakal Shrivastava. She is CEO at the music creation platform Splice, joining us right here at Screen Time.
Yeah, we are live in Hollywood. Let's go to New York, though, back where we find Charlie Pellet for an update on today's trade and top business stories. Hey, Charlie.
Well, hello there, indeed. Keeping a track on U.S. stock markets with the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ, all in the red right now. CPI Thursday, S&P down 17, drop there of 0.3%. We've got NASDAQ down 0.2%, lower by 34 points. The Dow dropping 145, decline now of 0.3%. 10-year yield 4.09%. The 2-year 3.99%. Spot gold is up $18 the ounce, 26.25, up 0.7%. And West Texas Intermediate crude oil surging 3.5%, 75.85 right now on WTI. Stocks sold off after data showed hotter than expected inflation and a slowdown in the labor market, highlighting the Federal Reserve's challenges after it started bringing rates down last month. So again, recapping, stocks lower, S&P down 0.3%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pellet, and that is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
For that update, Charlie. Do appreciate it. Well, our next guest is looking to revolutionize film and television production and post-production using Gen AI. Kubrick is a platform, and what they aim to do is reduce the amount of time that it takes to build virtual worlds in film and TV.
You've been talking about this a lot.
Oh, yeah. They're looking to reduce it by 90%. So traditionally what happens is you have a team of people who build these things like gaming worlds, and it takes them weeks, and it costs hundreds of thousands of dollars. Now, Kubrick says they can do that at a fraction of the cost and in a fraction of the time.
I'm telling you that Tim has been talking about this a lot because he is actually doing a panel on this later with our next guest. So
it's like a little warm-up here, okay? A little warm-up for our panel. Really pleased to be joined by Pinar Seyhan-Demerdog. She's the CEO of Kubrick. She joins us here at Screen Time in Los Angeles. I explained this, but it's the type of thing that I think people can't understand unless they actually see it happen. You're used to giving the elevator pitch. How do you describe this for people who can't see it be done?
Absolutely. This is a background, and this is an actor. In order for it to be believable, when the actor moves left, the background needs to, in real time, render left, correct? So that is the reason why this cannot be a flat image. This needs to be a dimensionalized image, or this needs to be a game engine. So every time the actor is moving left, the game is rendering left. That is the reason why Hollywood and many other productions across the world are using game engines in every scene. So if you take into account that you need to make a game per scene, that means that your environment building costs per scene start in the low end of $150,000 per scene. Since there is 30 to 60 environments per picture, that means that you can start saving in a high six-figure or low seven-figure per picture.
You're $40 a month per person.
Wait, it's $40 a month. How much?
We are business to consumer and business to business.
So business to consumer is $40 a month.
Exactly.
Business to business, how much is that?
We offer custom solutions because businesses have a variety of different needs, like on-prem solutions, higher image generation, or ethical AI models. So it depends what they are looking for.
You know, I would say that I love watching movies, streaming, whatever it is. But if it doesn't look realistic to me, it really
takes, right?
It makes me like, I'm done. I'm done. So tell us about how you make sure, it sounds like you are a cost-effective solution, but it's got to look good. How do you get there?
Absolutely. So what makes Kubrick special is that we can augment, elevate, dimension jump a two-dimensional flat image. Like images in your iPhone are flat, right?
Right.
They don't look realistic if they're backgrounds, they're flat. So what we are capable of is to extract the depth out of a flat image and make it dimensionalized. So image generation by using generative AI is one of our functions. But if you prefer, you can upload your own matte painting. You can hire an artist to make a realistic environment, and we turn it into a dimensionalized, believable scene.
Take us into the technology, what you're training these models on for the Gen AI, NVIDIA's GPUs?
NVIDIA is one of our biggest champions. They also significantly contributed to our early days. Yes, our inferences are on NVIDIA Picasso Cloud.
Whose cloud are you paying for this?
So AWS is our bare bones, and NVIDIA is our organs.
So you're paying AWS to do the image generation, to do the rendering?
No, that is NVIDIA.
So you pay NVIDIA directly, or does AWS have the NVIDIA technology?
So let's think about the chassis of a car and an engine, and then seats and a wheel. Our chassis is AWS. We pay them separately. And then all of our functions, all of our AI functions, every time a user pushes a button, it is done in the NVIDIA cloud. So we pay two different people.
So you don't have to buy the NVIDIA GPUs yourself?
Yeah, NVIDIA has given us a lot of breathing room. We are very lucky. So they started this program called Picasso. Kubrick was one of the first 6 companies that they involved. They gave us, so I don't know if you must know, of course, it's called a startup killer. So if you're a bootstrapping startup, like at the early days of Kubrick, you need to, if we were forced to reserve several different GPU clusters, we had to estimate how many users we would expect. If it were too high, we would go bankrupt. If it were too low, we would miss an opportunity.
You run out of capacity.
What NVIDIA gave us with their NVIDIA Picasso platform is that we would pay as we go. We pay for every push on the button. So that's why we could financially model an estimation of how much our users would be pushing buttons. And the cool thing is that Kubrick is one of the only tools that lets you work with AI unlimited. We don't have token system. My background is in arts. I'm a creative. I hate the idea of being limited. So once you enter Kubrick, everything is unlimited.
So if you look at the financial model, I'm trying to understand, because it sounds like you're getting an assist from NVIDIA, and they've been a big supporter. You're using cloud. We talk so much about anything with generative AI, large language models, and it sounds like you're involved in that to create incredible backgrounds, that it's expensive. It uses a lot of energy. I am curious about the financial model. Is it sustainable going forward?
For studios?
For you guys, for what you're doing, or for studios tapping into you?
Yeah, absolutely. Let's think about financial model of flying to Antarctica to take a shoot, to make a shoot.
Yeah.
How much would it cost? Your entire crew? How about you want to mimic Mars? How about you need to stop the traffic in New York City? What would that cost? And you're a crew in China, you need to shoot in England. Like, let's talk about the mathematics of that. Actually, one of our users, it's a we went to market as a background acceleration tool for filmmakers, but our users surprised us from animation, gaming, and fashion. Actually, there's a fashion company that did a shoot on Kubrick, and they did they're quite nerds about the carbon footprint calculations. They gave us a report without us asking about how much Kubrick could save them on their carbon footprint by not flying to Antarctica.
Interesting. Okay, I haven't thought about it looking at it that way. I'm wondering about the business and how you've been able to bootstrap this. I was pretty shocked to find that, you're not a... Look, I mean, NVIDIA just raised...
capital isn't throwing money at
NVIDIA just raised $6.6 billion at a close to $160 billion valuation. So, we're talking fundraising that you've done is pretty much zero at this point. It's all bootstrapped, more or less. Give us some insight into your financials and how you've been able to build this company on a shoestring.
Yeah, the pre-seed was given personally financed by me and my late husband, who was the co-founder of Kubrick. And we have raised a modest seed round in order to make version 1 of Kubrick. Currently, we're in version 1, we are in beta. And as you know, we're getting we're very grateful for all the attention and usership that we have been, adoptability that we have been getting. That's why we are raising funds for our seed round in order to create the version 2. Because we have listened to filmmakers, how scrutinized, difficult their demands are, and we have a roadmap that is exactly to satisfy the needs of filmmakers, and we are ready to execute our roadmap.
That's what I'm curious about. Our filmmakers, the major studios, we're here in Hollywood, but there are content creators all around the world. But I think, are they lining up to use your service? I'm just curious, what's the communications you're having with them?
Yeah.
Are they customers yet?
Absolutely, yes. One of
Major
the major
studios
studios is the very first company that, one of the major studios is the very first license holder of Kubrick. And we're in talks with several other studios.
Can you tell us who they are? It's okay.
I think I can, but I need to read the fine print.
I know how that works.
Do that before our panel, and then maybe we can break some news.
Okay, I'm going to call my lawyer.
Call the lawyer.
Okay, because you know how it sometimes takes the establishment, the traditional part of that world to buy in, to take off.
So my background is not filmmaking. That was the background of my late husband, the co-founder of Kubrick. So my background is in generative AI and creativity. I am learning the nth detail of filmmaking since 2 years. And what I've discovered is that most of the film studios don't make the movies. They hire the people that make the movies. Production companies, visual effects studios, production designers, previous companies. They need the tools.
Right.
So there are several ways to go about an adoption in the filmmaking world. You either go top down, you show it to the film studio executives, and they understand, they run the numbers, they do ROI, and they advise the companies that they're hiring that it will be advisable to use that tool. Or you go grassroots, you identify the previous artist, the production designer, the cinematographer, and you show the difference in user views and accessibility that your tool provides, and then they bring it to production companies that they would like to instead use this tool.
The strike, I think, is still fresh in the minds of a lot of people. Employment and who this type of thing displaces. If a film was spending hundreds of thousands of dollars and now needs to spend a fraction of that, what people are affected by that?
Sure. Thank you for this question. I genuinely believe that me and all the other AI companies we have a responsibility to public. we have a responsibility. Like, we are responsible of creating a major change in industry, and it is our duty to open conscious contemplations about what is happening and what will be happening. So there are jobs, like, imagine the way you create. I mean, I'm a creator, I know how I create. An idea comes, and then it takes me time to execute. Some parts are very rewarding, like ideation, vision, having 100 different options in front of me, or being stuck to one option and putting so much time with a tedious, drudgerous work in executing that option. A tool like Kubrick gives you the possibility of having 100 different options, spending less time in executing one, and spending more time in having a more dialogue with your director. So you know that there's especially after COVID, there's an insane rise in extraordinary content. And you also know very well that the budgets are shrinking. So this really does, like, I always make the joke, like, so who's gonna make that content? Will my lawyer stop being a lawyer and be a VFX artist? Like, we need different solutions for the industry. There comes tools like Kubrick and others that are there to provide more automation in the industry.
You know, we just had a director on, you're going to remember the name, and I'm going to, but involved in Ring of Power, and said her whole life what she wanted to do was work on epic film productions.
Yes.
Loves this going in and when a lot of people and an incredible location shoot.
Yes.
So I am curious.
Yeah, Charlotte Brandstrom.
Thank you. So I'm curious, because your background is creative, like, are you getting the creative folks on board who say, no, in order to really make it real, I've got to be on location with 1 million people, and that's what really makes it so wonderful.
Yes, absolutely. Just like anything, like there's no such, I don't believe that there's such a thing as AI. There's technology and there's advancement of humanity.
Yeah.
One can debate the fact that is social media good for humanity or bad. You can have half of the population say that it affected greatly the self-confidence of their daughters, and the other one can say that they can sell X amount of goods by using social media stores. So just like AI, if you look at it in a conscious contemplation manner, it can truly accelerate and make you marvels that you could never afford before. But if ever you approach it as like a competition, or it's going to replace you, it's going to kill you, it's going to take it over from you, that will be the reality you will be manifesting, because you will lack curiosity and wonder that that will let you approach it and make it useful for you.
Bernard, do you think we get to the point where it's kind of a novelty and it's special to see a director?
Exactly.
Well, directors to use film, right?
Yeah, it's like...
So a movie comes out and it's like, oh, wow, this is the whole thing was shot on film. It shows the commitment of the producers and the director because it's more expensive. Do we get to the point in a few years where a movie makes a point of saying there was no generative AI used in this?
Yeah, sure.
We're going old school here.
Absolutely. Like, I know a fact. 2022, out of the 1,000 pictures that make it in the big screen, 1996 of them were shot on digital.
Wow.
4 of them were shot on film. And you know, last year, the film that was shot on film won the Academy Award for Best Picture, so yes. But
right.
like AI is going to be like, it's like saying like, in 2 years, if ever you say that your platform is AI, it will be like, my device has internet.
Pinar, we got to go. Pinar Sehan Damerdog, CEO of Kubrick, here live at Screen Time.
All right, thank you so much. We're going to go back to the main stage. Our Lucas Shaw up there on the stage with the CEO of the American division of Hybe. We're talking about Scooter Braun. Let's listen in.
A lot has happened with you in the last couple of years, and that's sort of where I want to start.
Really?
Yeah, just a little bit. Because there's been a lot of coverage of, okay, all your clients are firing you.
Yeah.
We won't touch your personal life, but I know a bunch has happened there. You sold your company.
Yeah.
You haven't said a ton about it, and I'm curious, what is your take? Did a bunch of your clients fire you in the span of a couple of months, or what happened with
all
Ariana?
43 fired me on the exact same day? Yeah, no.
What happened with Ariana, with Justin, with...
Listen, I actually, a year after it happened, for contractual reasons, I wasn't allowed to say certain things. But I wrote something called 23 Years. I posted on social media. It was my own words. And I kind of explained why I made a decision to not manage musicians after 23 years. And that had actually happened about a year earlier. But, you know, we're running a big company and there's things that we needed to handle. So I didn't feel like it was the right time. And simply, 23 years of my life, from 19 years old to into my 40s, I only knew being a music manager. 24/7, 7 days a week, every vacation, every holiday. I was on call, and I wasn't on call to one big artist. I was on call to a lot of big artists. And for a large part of my life, I really loved it. But then I had 3 kids, and I went through a divorce. And anyone who's been through a divorce with children knows that is not an easy situation. And I really looked back at my life and realized that, you know, you can point fingers in a divorce and say, oh, this happened, but you play a role in it. And that's why me and my ex-wife are partners with these 3 children. We put them first. And my role was I wasn't present. I was a manager 24/7. And even though I was home, I wasn't being there the way I should, and it led to a divorce, and I realized I might have lost the marriage. I wasn't gonna lose my kids. And I decided that I wanted to step away from it and focus on other things. And now I have 3 of the best clients in the world, and that's my focus. But then, yeah, there was a lot of noise because no one actually thought you would want to step away from that.
But how did you communicate that to the clients that you were working with?
Well, one of them, I wrote about this, one of them approached me and said, hey, I think I want to try something new. And at first I was kind of hurt because we'd been through so much together. But then I realized I was already heading in this direction for the last couple of years anyway. And I think you make plans and then the universe kind of shows you what you need. And I realized it was actually a gift, and it wasn't about one client, it was about all. So I started picking up the phone and having the conversations, and some went well. Some took a couple more conversations. But I'm grateful for all those years. I lived a very unique life doing that. I was a part of the journeys of some of the most successful and incredibly talented people in the world. And now I get to root for them in a different capacity.
How does the relationship, like, take someone like Bieber, you take him from nothing, you guys do the whole ride up together. Like, how does that relationship work now?
Root for each other. I mean, you get to a point where you just say, we built this legacy alongside each other, and now he's a father. He has an opportunity to continue doing, you know, the things he loves to do, and I'm going to be rooting for him for the rest of his career.
So Hybe bought your company about 3 years ago. We had we had Bang here last year. A lot of people, I think, thought you would have left by now.
So did our chairman.
Why have you stuck around? And I guess, what are you doing now if you are not managing artists?
Well, a couple things. One, when Chairman Bang and I met, he's the chairman of Hybe, and he's a very unique individual. This is someone who was one of the biggest music producers in all of Asia. And at the height of his career in Asia, he came to the United States to have meetings with A&Rs and presidents of labels here to discuss his ideas. And one of these meetings, they had him wait in the lobby for 3 hours and then told him, I'm sorry, we have another meeting, and canceled on him. And instead of having an ego or getting upset, he goes, you know what, I'm going to go back home and I'm going to build this industry myself so that when I come back here, I don't need to ask for these meetings. And if you look at the groups, including BTS, that he was able to create and produce and develop and continually do so, he's actually brilliant. And I had admired his work for some time. He knew about the stuff I had done. And he reached out to me and said, can we have conversations? And the first 4 conversations, that's when the last one happened about the purchase. He said that in the East, we have conversations about what we're going to do. He goes, too many times when I talk to people in the West, they talk about just the transaction, just the deal, not what we're going to do. He goes, all 4 conversations we've had, we've talked about culture, we've talked about philosophy, we've talked about meditation, we've talked about music, we've talked about family. He goes, I want to do this with you, and no matter what we find, we'll go through it together. We signed up, and we did a 5-year deal. And the reason I'm still here, because you're right, and those deals usually vest out at a certain point, and my deal was pretty much up front. I gave my word, and I really enjoy him. I think he's a visionary, and I think your word should mean more than just the deal that you do on paper. And I told him I'd be there for 5 years, and I'm going to do that. And the exciting part is we've developed such a relationship that now we're talking about extending that and being there longer. And I'm looking forward to it.
And is that being focused, like, are you, because you're the CEO of Hybe America, right? How much of your time are you spending on taking big Korean acts and bringing them here or bringing them around the world? And how much of it are you spending on developing acts here that have nothing to do with Korea?
It's about 50-50. And also, you know, if you look at our strategy, we purchased QC, which is, you know, the biggest independent hip hop label in the country. We had Big Machine from Ithaca when we brought it over. So we're going to, go out and find other companies that make sense for us and other assets that make sense. We also launched Hive 2.0, which allows us to create a distribution system for independent labels because of our distribution deal with Universal, a 10-year deal that puts us in a unique position. And then, you look at Weverse, which is our large platform for fan engagement, for super fans, which is the biggest in the world and the biggest in Asia. A lot of people don't realize this, but 30% of our revenue is actually from North America. So, now we've introduced Ariana Grande to that platform. We introduced Kid Laroi this week. You're starting to see a lot of, acts from the West joining, and it makes sense because you see acts from the East coming here and they're selling out arenas day one, and everyone's asking why, and it's because of that opportunity to talk directly to the fans on Weverse.
Right. I'm curious, setting aside Weverse, the last decade plus, I feel like a lot of people were finding artists on YouTube, then they're finding artists on TikTok. Where do you or where do people you work with discover new artists right now?
So I can give the nice answer, but I'm going to give the real answer. When we're talking to people, there's still A&Rs, there's still scouts. They're going out there and they're finding stuff. There's still people looking on TikTok and on YouTube, and you might see something, and part of it is true development. Like we just did with our group Cat's Eye, which we developed them. We did a show on Netflix, and now we've launched them. But the thing I'm most excited about is what's to come. And the reason I say that is I'm 43 years old. When I found Justin, I was 24, about to be 25. I was native to technology that was around at that time. I was a young guy. I understood what my peers wanted. I understood what was missing in the marketplace, and I understood how to use the social media in a way that made sense to my peers. So, for example, Twitter at the time was just celebrities talking to other celebrities on the suggested user list. And I was like, well, this feels very voyeuristic. I don't want to just watch someone talk to someone else. I want to engage. And Justin was the first person to cross 1 million followers on Twitter that wasn't on the suggested user list because we actually engaged with the fans. We created fan groups like Belieber Babes and Bieber Army and all these, the names are amazing. I know, you guys can giggle, it's okay. And actually a lot of the people who ran those accounts are now executives in the music industry. Jackie Augustus is a very big executive, and she used to run Bieber Army back in the day.
Right.
And when she was like 16. So what I'm waiting for is that next kid who's in their 20s or even a teenager who understands, who's native to that technology and realizes how to use that, the AI that's coming, all the different things in a way that myself and Bang and my peers just don't, because it is a youth-driven industry. So when I meet people or they're young artists, they go, hey, what do you think I should do? My response is usually, stop worrying about getting to people like me. You have all the resources to get to the audience directly and your peers, develop with them. So when you say, how do we do it? It's going to be self-discovery. I just don't know how the next generation is going to do it, because for my dad, it was vinyl. For me, it was mixtapes. For someone else, who knows?
Right. Do you, as a result of that, do you feel the balance of power in the music industry has shifted more to the artist than when you started?
100%. I think it's shifted to the artist, but there'll always need to be those teams or people that give their all and their heart alongside the artist to develop talent, to understand the marketplace. And, that's what's exciting, because it kind of like where I am in my life. I've never been so uncertain about what's going to happen in my life in the next 5 years, but I've never felt so at ease with being uncertain. And I think the industry is in a very similar place.
Right. Well, I would imagine a lot of money helps with that.
This is the best.
I'm curious, if you were starting a new company today, management, whatever, I know you don't want to manage anymore. Who is an artist out there, like, if you could just pick one and I'm going to build around you, who would you pick?
I don't know, because I haven't really been in that space of finding the next one.
Well, but it doesn't have to be the next one. It can be a huge star now. Like, who is someone now where you look at them and they're already a star and you feel like their earnings over the next 20, 30 years or their potential of where they could go with their career is something that you want to be involved with?
I'm going to give you the soundbite you're looking for, because I just can't help myself. And the PR team's going to be like, what? I think the artist that's, is one that you should always bet on and is already a huge star and you can always bet on because they want it all the time and they do what it takes to be, present and relative all the time is Taylor Swift.
I was actually not thinking you were going to say that, but it's an obvious answer.
I also love that what we're doing with our group Cat's Eye. I love Teddy Swims. I love great voices like that. I love like Benson Boone. I saw him perform the other day, and that was really impressive. Zach Bryan is doing incredible stuff. So there's, the fun part about it is everyone, there's a huge opportunity coming with AI, and it's going to change the music industry the same way Pro Tools did. When Pro Tools came along, people said, what is this? We need live instruments. And you realize it's a tool to create more music. And I think AI is going to do the same thing. But there's always going to be a need for both human emotion and human error. If we want to watch the great...
All right, that, of course, is our Lucas Shaw with Scooter Braun, CEO of the American division of Hive. I'm guessing that Taylor Swift comment might make a few headlines.
I'm just looking at Twitter right now, seeing who's chatting about it, because, lots of people following these interviews from Bloomberg Screen Time. You can see the latest at Live Go on the Bloomberg Terminal and also catch the latest at bloomberg.com/screentime.
All right, we've got a great person from Screen Time today. We're going to talk about City Football Group. They have set a new benchmark when it comes to the global sports industry, building a soccer machine that runs from England to the United States and more. So here to talk about what they're up to is Nuria Tare. She's Chief Marketing and Fan Experience Officer at City Football Group, joining us. Nuria, it is so great, great to have you here with us. Tell us about what you are doing as you expand the imprint of, can I say soccer versus football?
You can say soccer, it's fine.
As you build it out in the United States, and what's the expectations in terms of what you can do here?
Well, in case anyone missed it, soccer is actually growing very fast in the US. It's outpacing the growth of any other sport at the moment. And the good news for us is...
Why is that?
Well, there's probably plenty of things. It's been growing for a while, but there's clearly an acceleration over the last 2 years. Some may say, it's the Messi effect.
Yeah.
But it's just really the next generation is really appealing to younger audiences. Participation in the sport is growing as well. And what's great for us as well is 1 in 3 soccer fan has still to choose their favorite club. So that's where we come in.
Yeah.
Because in the US we have actually 2 big properties. One is a New York City Football Club, based in New York, part of the MLS. But of course, Manchester City, part of City Football Group.
Heard of them?
Is our big guy. You heard of them, hopefully. It's our most global property in our portfolio, and of course, has huge ambitions of growing in the US market as well.
All right, let's start with NYCFC. Growth plans within New York City. What's the plan? What are you doing?
Well, fantastic plans. I mean, as you know, we've been in the market for 10 years now. We've been looking for a permanent home, and we almost got it in Queens.
Yeah.
So we've announced actually plans for a new stadium. As you know, we are hoping to break grounds very soon. I can't say much more about that, but we're hugely excited. We're planning to be in Queens. Great sport area in the city, so we want to have a home in the 5 boroughs, and I think we found our place.
How do you engage with fans who are like, there's just so many different things they can do, different kinds of sports. Here we viewing things on streaming or traditional media. How do you compete with those eyeballs? What do you have to do to get those fans?
Yeah, so it's really interesting. Take Manchester City, for instance, right? So one thing is winning, and of course we've been winning a lot.
Yes.
And we like it or not, winning gets people's attention, right? And we get the share of mind, if you want. But on the other side of the pitch as well, we see ourselves as a sports entertainment brand.
Yeah.
So we invest very much in media, in content. Would be acting normally.
Right.
Just to give you a few examples, for instance, 6 years ago, it feels like a long time now, but just yesterday, we were the first soccer brand to do All or Nothing on Apple. So we really opened the doors, show how it was to operate a soccer club, how it is to win. Since then, afterwards, we've been on Ted Lasso as well, several,
What does that do for you? Something like, I feel like we all...
You had that question, we were talking yesterday.
I did, it's like
the Ted Lasso effect. What is it?
Honestly, we got in season 1, we didn't even know whether it was going to work, right? But we could see The story was interesting. It was very much focused to the U.S. market. Of course, it's a global product, but really appealing to the U.S. market. And it's been great because we were big aspiration was to win against Manchester City and play Manchester City. So it's been great for our brand.
What's the media story here in terms of being able to watch games? I think it's so tough for customers in the United States to understand where they need to go to watch different teams, whether it's a local blackout as a result of just some old media rights issue where there are blackouts because two companies don't get along in the U.S. You can't watch your favorite sport, your favorite team. How are you navigating that?
Well, you're right, there's a challenge, but on one side, the MLS is doing a fantastic job now on Apple as well. You know, subscribers keep on growing. The quality of the product and the production is improving, so definitely getting a growing audience. And when it comes to the Premier League, I mean, the audience has been phenomenal in the last couple of years. NBC is doing a brilliant job in the mornings, Premier League mornings.
Would it ever be worth going direct to consumer and bypassing Apple, bypassing?
Well, I'm going to try not to get into that because I'm going to be in trouble with our broadcaster friends. I'm trying to be friends with them. We collaborate a lot, but I think in the U.S. market, still having, you know, reach an audience and being able to have enough visibility is still important.
Nuria, you guys do some really novel things like pop-up stores, and I just do think about how you think about expanding the brand and again engaging with you know, viewers, people who come to matches. What else are you guys thinking about doing?
So as I was saying, we see ourselves as a sports entertainment brand, so we try to look at it not only from the game, like from soccer, but also there's a soccer culture, if you want, that we're trying to be part of. So we invest in merchandising, retail, pop-up stores, as you say. We had a very successful pop-up store near Rockefeller Center, actually, in New York. And now we're looking for a permanent location because it was so great that we want to stay in New York. We're probably going to be looking at LA and other places around the US. And also looking at relevant collaborations with content creators, collaborations in retail as well, merchandising, to be appealing to the US market, if you want, in a relevant way.
I am curious, just 20 seconds left. Your fan base, is it young? Is it old? What can you tell us real quickly?
Well, we are the fastest growing soccer brand in the US. It's very young, it's just young. People choose the club 17-year-old, just to say. So it's just young. And we have the youngest fan base, actually, in soccer.
And those young fan bases have parents, which we know spend a lot of money, which is interesting to advertisers.
You said it.
I know that. Nuria, thank you so much. Nuria Touré, she's the Chief Marketing and Fan Experience Officer at City Football Group. Sounds like she has some fun in her job. All right, we are not going anywhere. We're continuing from Screen Time here in Hollywood. Everybody, stick around. I'm Carol Master along with Tim Stenovic, and this is Bloomberg.
This is Bloomberg Business Week. Insight from the reporters and editors who bring you America's most trusted business magazine. Plus, global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Massar and Tim Stenovic on Bloomberg Radio.
And a very good afternoon, everybody. We continue here in Hollywood. I'm Carol Massar along with Tim Stenovic, live at Bloomberg Screen Time. We're 1 hour away from the closing bell.
Oh, that still happens?
Did you forget?
Even if you're in California, there's still like trading happening?
They
You're
get
just
up
surrounded by
early here.
Hollywood moguls. No, they do not get up early here. Do you know how hard it is to find a cup of coffee
I
in this
was
town before
up
7
early.
a.m.?
I know
Just
how hard.
Walk around Hollywood knocking on doors of coffee shops, and they say, come back at 7
I
o'clock.
crawled somewhere at 6 a.m. this morning to get my cup of coffee.
Got one for yourself. You didn't get one for me.
I know.
Let you live that
I owe you.
Hey, we are live at Naya Studios for the second annual Bloomberg Screen Time event. We've had a great couple of hours thus far. We just heard from Scooter Braun.
Yes.
We heard from Brian Roberts a little earlier in the session, Bella Bajari, the Chief Content Officer over at Netflix. The coverage continues here. We got a great couple of hours coming up. We're going to tell you the ones to watch, Carol, in media and food. Pay attention to them now so that when they're huge, you can say you were a fan from the early days.
It's an incredible list, and it spans so much when it comes to media and culture. We're going to get to that. We've also got a legend in the gaming industry, Michael Morhaime. He's the founder and former CEO of Blizzard Entertainment. He's had more than 3 decades in gaming. He's got another company, but he's looking to do it differently. So we'll get into that in just a moment.
All right, I know you're excited about this one because you're a huge fan of the so-called unscripted content.
I watch a little bit of reality TV every once in a while.
How unscripted is it?
Is it real?
I don't know. We're going to go off script with 2 EVPs over at NBC Universal. They're going to give us all the secrets on this content.
You know who's always real?
Who?
Charlie
Oh,
Pellet.
yeah.
Let's get back to New York home base and a check on the trade. Here's Charlie Pellet.
Hi, thank you very much. And here's what's going on. 59 minutes to go until that closing bell clangs on Wall Street. Looking at losses, CPI Thursday, the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ, all in the red. Right to the numbers, S&P down 19, down 0.3%, 57.72. Stocks fell after data showed hotter than expected inflation and a slowdown in the labor market. The Dow down 157, down 0.4%. NASDAQ down 34, a decline of 0.2%. 10-year 4.09%, the 2-year 3.99%. Spot gold up 0.7%, 26.26 the ounce, while West Texas Intermediate crude oil up 3.8% right now. Heightened Middle East tensions, WTI 75.91 a barrel. Earnings news, Delta forecast profit and sales that came up shy of Wall Street's estimates for the final 3 months of the year, suggesting a slow recovery from a challenging summer travel season. Delta today down by 1.7%. Bank earnings bright and early tomorrow morning. JP Morgan Chase and Wells Fargo. Wells Fargo unchanged right now. JPM down by 0.7%. New York Police Commissioner Tom Donlan is expected to step down in coming days. This according to Politico, which cites 4 sources. Mayor Adams tapped Donlan last month to take over the job after forcing his former commissioner, Edward Caban, to step down. Recapping stocks lower, S&P down 20, down 0.3%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pellet, and that is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. Charlie Pellet back at Bloomberg headquarters in New York City with a Bloomberg Business News Flash on a day where we got another inflation print, a little bit of a hot print. It's a little warm here, I say, here in Los Angeles.
It's warm in California right now.
I'm a little toasty.
Up and down the coast over the last couple of weeks.
Yeah, absolutely. But a reminder in terms of the economic news that we've talked about this with our team back in New York, who follows the rates market, who follows the economy, that we are once again data dependent, which is what we consistently hear from the Fed Chair Jay Powell. So that is something we continue to track as we count down 1 to the next Fed meeting. But before that, we have the election, and that certainly all plays into investor sentiment in terms of where we go. So Charlie, of course, breaking down the trade. We are here, though, on the West Coast, surrounded by people who are involved in media and content creation.
Yeah, I think a really important thing for us to take a look at is what sort of is thematic this year at Screen Time. If we think about it in the context of what people were talking about last year was the idea of the strikes and the wrapping up of the strikes here. And there was a lot of talk of labor. There was a lot of talk of the way that people who've worked in the creative industry in Los Angeles have been struggling in recent years. The concerns were about not just about pay, but also AI. No question this year, AI absolutely front and center.
Yeah, it's really interesting. I mean, I feel like technology invades all of our world, and the AI, or conversation around artificial intelligence, it definitely is evolving. But you're right, there was more of a threat. I mean, you think about a year ago, first of all, it was the beginning of the war in the Middle East, which was a topic for the discussions the first night of Screen Time 1 year ago.
Yeah, Art Emanuel.
Exactly, right? Making some headlines out of that conversation. A year later, like you say, we're still in a war, so there's politics going on. But things like AI, that conversation has evolved, and you hear about from some of our guests how that is becoming an important tool and maybe a more productive tool and maybe not so nervous around.
Well, at least that's what Scooter Braun said. Lucas Shaw just wrapping up his conversation with legendary manager Scooter Braun up there on the main stage. You heard a part of that in our last hour. What I thought was notable from him about that AI conversation, Carol, was he likened it to what happened with Pro Tools earlier in the industry. And the idea that this computer program, Pro Tools, which helped people produce and make music on their PCs, would lead to a loss of jobs or lead to musicians losing business. But what he said happened instead was that people were able to make more music, and it led to more music. And it sounds like he's optimistic that that same thing can happen with artificial intelligence.
Well, I just think, we talked with Spice just a moment ago, right? And just the tools that they are providing for people who are creating music, these libraries, sounds, and so on and so forth, that give them the ability to create things. So you do wonder, listen, we've talked about this with artificial intelligence. There is a group that are saying, okay, it's going to take a ton of jobs. Others who say, Tim, you and I talk about it, I'd love some AI tools that help me write a script. Doesn't mean I'm not going to look at it. Doesn't mean I'm not going to edit it.
It's trash so far.
It doesn't always work. But nonetheless, there is something to be said of a symbiotic relationship to some extent, where AI helps us in what we are doing, whether it's research, whether it's initial writing. And I do wonder, give us the ability to spend more time on something else that maybe makes us more productive, but maybe brings even a better broadcast, if you can imagine, to you guys.
So, like, is it even possible?
We can always be better.
Hey, one thing here at Bloomberg Business Week that we like to do is really help understand who and what should be on your radar. Who should be on your radar? The people who are blowing up TikTok, those who are drawing massive crowds at music festivals, they're creating genre-bending art, and even expanding their culinary empires. They are the ones to watch.
They are indeed, and Carlos Eduardo Espina is certainly in that category. He's got more than, check this out, 10 million followers on TikTok. He's become one of the leading names when it comes to Hispanic political voices in the United States. The New York Times calls him a one-man Telemundo.
His videos, almost all of which are in Spanish and which routinely get hundreds of thousands of views, they provide commentary on policy and politics. They've even got the attention of the White House. He spoke at the DNC and he's made videos with President Biden. Carlos, welcome to Bloomberg Business Week. Congratulations on being named one to watch in Bloomberg Business Week. You're a pretty recent law school graduate.
Yeah.
I think a lot of your classmates are probably out like sitting at desks right now.
Yeah.
Trying to find jobs with big law maybe. How did you find yourself making TikTok videos and bringing in a couple $1 million a year?
Well, it was kind of something that started as a hobby like many content creators. I graduated college in May of 2020, and my goal was to work for a nonprofit organization, doing immigrant rights work, advocacy, but because of the pandemic, that fell through. So while I was at home figuring out what to do with my life, I started making content on social media. I started doing citizenship classes, the 100 questions when you want to naturalize, and that started blowing up really fast to the point that by the end of 2020, I had over 500,000 followers. And I was like, hey, I can start doing this more consistently, and it became my job, and I love it.
We'll get to more of the TikTok and the content creation first, but first I want to talk a little bit more about your story, because you mentioned citizenship. I mean, something that you're intimately familiar with, having come to the United States when you were 5 years old.
Yeah, so my personal story is pretty long. My parents were already living in the U.S. Before I was born, but my mom got deported in 1997, so she had to go back to Mexico. Then my dad would go visit her. She got pregnant with me. I was born in Uruguay, and then we were able to come back. But my mom became a citizen in 2014, so I remember helping her study for the citizenship exam. And in high school, I volunteered for a nonprofit teaching citizenship. So that's why when I was figuring out what to do with my life, I was like, well, I can always do what I like doing, just helping people out. Started making content around it, and it worked out pretty well.
Carlos, what do you think is a smart conversation to be had around immigration right now? It's such a big part of the upcoming U.S. election. We're just, a few weeks away. It's pretty amazing. But anytime I bring up immigration with someone, they have very strong feelings one way or another. What do you think, having seen it firsthand, gone through it with your family, what do you think is the smart conversation that we should be having around that?
Well, I think the best thing to do is really, challenge the narratives and the perceptions that people have already made up, because a lot of times people have this, either hate towards immigrants or negative sentiment, but because someone else has told them to feel that way, whether they've seen it on the news or whether, they've read some conspiracy or whatever it may be. But when you really go down to the human level and start meeting people around you, you realize that immigrants are all around you, and in many ways, they make your life better. And I think once you start, having that personal connection, meeting one-on-one, and realizing that the issue is much more complex than what it's made out to be. And yes, there's real issues that need to be addressed, but the reality is there's millions of people in this country who don't have an immigration status, who have been working here for 10, 15, 20 years, paying taxes, contributing, and it's just illogical, to try and deport all these people now. So why don't we find some more humane solutions and, really get to the human side of the issue?
You said the New York Times called you a one-man Telemundo. Really interesting profile there. We have a great profile of you in Business Week. You're doing this by reaching people on TikTok and other social platforms. I'm wondering what you think the mainstream media gets wrong about the things that you cover on your social channels.
Well, I think, you know, there's pretty good coverage in Spanish, I think, just because of, like, the general context, something that's talked about more often. But when it comes to English media, a lot of times, you know, we talk about immigration or Latino issues in general. It's very oversimplified, or it just focuses on one aspect, when the reality is it's very, very complex. When you talk about immigration, you know, right now everyone's talking about the border, but it's much bigger than the border. It's about people in their home countries. It's about those who are already here. So I guess really understanding the issue beyond the headlines and, you know, looking beyond, I guess, what the current narrative is. Because you have these trends in immigration, it becomes a hot topic, then people forget about it, then it comes back. And, you know, I'm someone who lives it every single day, so I have no choice, right, to just pay attention when I want to. And I think that's really important, having journalists, having people who are paying attention to the issue day in and day out.
So important to what you do is your ability to reach people on TikTok. You could certainly school Tim and me in how to get something in terms of reach.
You should be TikToking us right now. Just throwing it out there, man.
Having said that, part of the narrative too is a potential ban on TikTok.
Yes.
If that happens, what does that mean for you and what you do?
Yeah, so obviously, like I said, it started as a hobby, but now TikTok, social media in general, is my business. It's my job in many ways. And obviously there would be, if TikTok were to get banned, which I don't necessarily think will happen. I think that they'll sell it or whatever. But even if that were to happen, you know, there's no guarantee that the platform will stay the same. And I think it will hurt a lot of people, not just myself, but mostly the people who consume the information on these platforms. Because people have become so dependent on social media platforms like TikTok to be educated, to be informed. And right, there's this perception that TikTok is just a bunch of, you know, crazy, dangerous trends and nothing useful, but that's completely very far removed from reality, at least how I see it. So I think it would be a big damage not only to content creators, but those, you know, who use TikTok for positive things, to learn, to be educated, to engage with other stuff they otherwise wouldn't really know about.
Hey, I kind of buried the lead a little bit at the top, saying that you make a couple $1 million a year. Or you're on track to make that.
Slid that in.
We got to get the details on this and help people understand. We're Bloomberg. We love talking numbers, the business. Help people understand how you're making that money.
Yeah, so as a content creator, you know, for me it was like a very big learning curve, because like at the beginning I was just making videos for fun, and then I started realizing, yeah, you can monetize off of social media. And so there's really, the main way, the most common way is just off the video views. So each platform, for example, TikTok, Instagram, YouTube, Facebook, have some sort of rate they pay you per every amount of views that you get. It really depends, you know, on who's watching your videos, the kind of content you make. But beyond that, there's also paid collaborations. For example, in my case, I've done a lot of work with like immigration attorneys or that kind of stuff. You know, it really depends on your audience. If you're a makeup creator, obviously you work with makeup brands, that kind of stuff. And then there's also, you know, what has been the most successful for me is making your own brand. So, like I mentioned, I've been teaching citizenship classes for a long time, and I took a class in law, copyright, and I learned that everything the government puts out is in the public domain. So I was like, hey, you know, these citizenship questions are like, why can't I just make my own citizenship questions so people can study? And I started making them and selling them for $10 each, and I've sold over like 100,000 sets of like the flashcards. So now people run into me in person and like, oh, I have your flashcards to study for the naturalization exam. So I sell them cheaper than anywhere else. And then at the same time, people are able to benefit. I go on live stream and I'm like studying with them. And I'm like, hey, if you want to buy them, you can just go right here in this link. And yeah, then.
We should note you're also using your money to work on nonprofits and give back to the community. Before we get to that, when I hear you talk about the way that creators are paid, I also wonder about misaligned incentives. You think of a platform like X, for example, under Elon Musk. It's been well documented what has proliferated there. And what you're able to do is actually make money by people seeing your posts on X.
Exactly, yeah.
Does that provide an incentive for people to come out with false and misleading info because it inflames emotions, people share it, people interact with it, more people see it, and then it creates a cycle where you're getting paid more because you know what resonates with people, whether that's true or not?
Yeah, well, in X, I'm not too familiar. I'm on the platform, but I don't use it to create content. I just use it to like look at news and that kind of stuff. But it definitely is like a real fear.
The same thing could be said about TikTok.
On YouTube, TikTok, you know, I see it a lot where like, you know, obviously once you get to a certain amount of followers, people are watching the content that you make. So if you make consistently like fake content, you know, you'll get flagged, you'll get banned eventually. But there is, you know, an incentive to perhaps, you know, put out information that's not true that you know will catch people's attention. Like, for example, right now, I could go outside and say, hey, I just got assaulted in LA, and there's no truth to it. Like, but people will believe it because I'm saying it. Obviously, I don't do that because I have some sort of like ethical code, you know, but there's other people.
And it conforms to one of the narratives that's out there right now about California being an unsafe place.
Yeah, or so like people can go to the border and be like, oh, I just saw a criminal come by. I mean, I don't, like, there's no proof, but if I were to go say that, it would go viral because, like you're saying, it feeds into people's negative perceptions. And you do see a lot of that, and I think, I say this as a content creator, I do think there needs to be more regulation on these platforms as far as, like, you know, what is allowed to be put on there. Like, obviously, I believe in free speech, but when you're going into the terrain of just making up fake news or stuff that just isn't real, I think that's really dangerous and harmful to society.
Well, certainly real. I want to bring it back to the election just as we get ready to wrap up. I mean, Latinos, how do you think that they will, and I hate to kind of lump everybody in a group because we're just, that's not who we are. We all are multidimensional. But how do you think the Latino citizens will impact elections potentially this November?
Yeah, well, I think Latinos are the ultimate swing voters in the sense that, you know, Latinos as opposed to like other, you know, communities, we don't have a set party identity. I mean, Latinos in general, I voted Democrat over the past few decades, but that's not necessarily like set in stone in the sense like I've met other people from other communities like, hey, I vote Democrat because my parents voted Democrat and my grandparents voted Democrat and we have this long legacy of voting Democrat or Republicans. Us Latinos, since we're relatively new in many senses, at least the majority of us in this country, we don't have those same attachments to one party or another, which makes a swing. But I do think ultimately the majority will go Democrat, but I do also see those trends that there are a big number shifting Republican.
In 20 seconds, where do you want, in, I don't know, 5 years, where do you want to be? 20 seconds, real quickly.
Well, as you mentioned, so what I do on social media is I make money and then I use it to help others. So I want to run my own nonprofit organization, do a lot of community work, do soccer stuff, do citizenship, do English classes, all that kind of stuff, and continue giving back.
Carlos, thank you so much.
No,
Thanks for giving us some time.
Carlos Eduardo Espinita. This is Bloomberg.
3:21 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We have got the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ, all trading lower. 39 minutes to go ahead of the close, with the S&P now down 20, retreating from a record at 57.72, down 0.3%. Dow Industrials down 0.4%. The Dow down 156 points. We've got NASDAQ down 26, a decline right now of 0.1%. 10-year 4.08%, with a 2-year that's yielding 3.98%. Gold up $23 the ounce, up 0.9%, while West Texas Intermediate crude oil is up 3.8%, 76.01 a barrel. Stocks retreated after data showed hotter than expected inflation and a slowdown in the labor market. Big bank earnings front and center tomorrow morning when we hear from JP Morgan Chase and Citigroup. But what about the consumer, and how could that show up in those reports? Erica Najarian follows the banking industry for UBS Securities.
If the normal U.S. consumer stops spending, and if we have a little bit of blip in unemployment, you have the big card portfolios at JP Morgan and Citi, they're going to feel it too, right? So, they're not going to be spared. They just have more diverse sources of revenue, especially JP Morgan, way more so than Citi.
And you can hear more of the conversation on the Surveillance podcast. You can download it wherever you get your podcasts. Ahead of those reports tomorrow morning, and yes, complete coverage on Bloomberg Radio. JP Morgan down 0.7%. Wells Fargo up 0.1%. Citigroup among the banks reporting on Tuesday. Citigroup shares down 1.2%. So again, recapping here, we have got the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ all in the red. S&P down 18, down by 0.3%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pelleton. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Thanks so much for that update, Charlie Pellet. Really do appreciate it. Well, to say that Mike Morhaime knows a thing or two about gaming, it would be a real understatement. He's the co-founder and former CEO of Blizzard Entertainment, the company behind games such as Warcraft, Diablo, Overwatch, and more. Now he's back at it with Dreamhaven. It's a video game developer and publisher. He started back in 2020. Mike, welcome to Bloomberg Business Week. Welcome to Screen Time.
Thank you for having me.
How are you?
I'm doing great.
Good. It's really good to see you. Look, you've been doing this for more than 3 decades at this point. The vast majority spent at Blizzard.
I think you took a deep breath and sighed there.
Yeah?
Sounds like it's been
That's a long time.
3 decades.
You could have just been done.
Yeah.
You could have retired, spent as much time gaming as you wanted to, but instead you come back with Dreamhaven. What are you trying to do there that's not being done elsewhere?
We really believe in the power of games to bring people together in positive ways. And so, and I think also we're trying to create an environment for game makers to be able to do their best work and be able to focus on the player experience and the quality of these games without some of the corporate pressures that you may find at other companies. And so I think that's really what motivates us, is kind of trying to show that there's a better way of making games. And if you put the player experience first and the quality of the games foremost in the process, that is a path to success. And I hope it still is.
I love your altruistic mission here. But when you say some of the corporate pressures, to me it says one of those corporate pressures is profitability, right? And having a sustainable business. So can you do what you're trying to do and be a sustainable business financially?
We need to be a sustainable business, otherwise we won't have a business. So, that's very real. What I'm talking about corporate pressures, I'm talking about the short-term pressures that prevent you from making the right long-term value-creating decisions.
What are those short-term pressures that you saw in the past?
Well, I think most public companies are under tremendous short-term financial pressures to deliver quarterly growth, really, and that doesn't always facilitate the best environment for game creators to make the right decisions for the games. That could end up being bigger value-creating decisions in the long run.
Before we talk about your process then, so does that mean long-term you will not seek to go public? Is that not then part of the equation?
I think it's unlikely we would go public.
Because there's so much you can do when you're a private company.
I think that definitely there's a lot more freedom and ability to navigate some of the difficulties as a private company. I think that when I sold when I was at Blizzard, we sold 3 years in, so very, very early. And we were a small part of large public companies for a very long time. And actually, that was a very comfortable place to be.
You stayed with it for years.
For years, yeah. And
which is very rare for a founder of a company.
So when we sold the company, we sold to Davidson and Associates, which was really controlled by Bob and Jan Davidson, although they were public. But the agreement was that basically they would give us full creative autonomy and ability to continue running the company just like we were, which I guess a lot of companies, when they acquire companies, maybe they say that. We were very naive, so we didn't know that. That was kind of what I signed up for. And the first year after the acquisition, we came out with Warcraft, Orcs and Humans, and then Warcraft 2, you know, and then...
So you were still innovating a lot.
We were, and we were doing it very successfully. And I think that gained us a lot of credibility with our parent company. So when they ended up selling their company to another company, and so we had all these different corporate owners, they'd look at us and we were consistently innovating and doing well. And even when our games slipped, we might miss a year, we might miss a quarter, they ended up doing even better than expectations. After that, they were like, oh, okay, these guys know what they're doing, and they let us alone to continue doing that. I think the challenge was when we became a very large part of a medium-sized public company, then those pressures became a lot more disruptive to our process.
I see. There's a really interesting anecdote about you, or maybe childhood, just with an early platform that doesn't exist anymore. Your sort of introduction to gaming. And I was thinking about that because here we are in 2024, and I'm trying to understand, so many people here at Screen Time are trying to understand, what is the next platform? You had Mark Zuckerberg make that big investment in the so-called metaverse. AR, VR, Apple's going in with a headset. We saw new stuff from Oculus recently. How are you designing for platforms of the future? Like, who's going to win? What's going to be the platform we're using?
So the approach that we take is really agnostic to that question. We're very small, so we're developing on platforms that already have a very large install base. So that's, to us, that's mostly PC and console. The game that we just announced today is called Sunderfolk. It's a love letter to tabletop gaming, and it's basically trying to make like the magic of tabletop gaming and make that accessible to like a wider audience. There are a lot of people who self-select out.
Describe tabletop gaming for people listening and watching. If you don't know
we're talking about sitting around playing board games, or things like Dungeons and Dragons, or like Gloomhaven.
So analog.
So these are physical games. Yeah. Some of them are super deep and super complicated, where you might. It might take you a couple hours just to understand the rules before you can even start playing. And we think once you get past the rules and you're into playing these games, there's so much togetherness that is created with your friends.
Stuff we did before we had kids. I did before I had kids. I don't know if you were.
Clue was a big thing in my family, and my daughter obsessed. And I'm like, is there a Clue version? Because it's just kind of sweet and fun, and it's not Monopoly where you have to like give in a million hours.
These are serious games, Carol. I'm not talking Clue and Go Fish.
I've just been reduced.
So these are a little bit deeper of gaming experiences, and there are a lot of.
I'm not deep? Is that
no, not at all.
I'm just kidding. Go ahead.
Not at all.
No, but I see. Like it'll be fun to do, right?
I think that, so what we want to do is make it so that you get to the fun right away.
Yeah.
And so that fans of some of these, we're calling them like tactical role-playing adventure games, can have a tool to bring in their friends. And the way we do it is we use your big screen, your shared screen, kind of to do all the stuff you would normally do on the table with the board, and then use your phone as your interface to the game.
So that's how you're trying to bring people closer together using gaming.
Yeah.
But use existing tools, right? It's all there, so easy.
But what I'm not hearing from you is building for Apple's headset or building for some immersive world. You said PC and console, and PC and console are old school.
Yeah, so, I mean, this is where we're starting. I'm absolutely not opposed to looking at VR or AR if those are the right platforms for future game ideas.
You must have been hearing about VR for 30 years.
Truly. Oh yeah, and I mean, as a gamer, I love it. And I think the stuff that Meta is doing is fantastic. And the way that they're incorporating their investments in AI into their mixed reality, you know, the new glasses that they just announced, Orion. I think there's definitely something there.
So when they talk about the metaverse, which to be fair, for a while, everybody was very skeptical. But
I think there's still a lot of skeptics, too. I'm skeptical.
I'm right, and people question the renaming of the company, like, is this ever going to amount to anything? But you can start connecting the dots in terms of the gaming world, or more broadly.
Well, so the Quest already is it is a great gaming platform.
Yeah.
And there's some great gaming experiences on Quest. You know, and I think that more investment will go into doing that. I'm not sure you really have the killer app yet that is going to, you know, make everybody go out and buy one, but the price points are coming down, and you know, they're doing interesting things with lip syncing and avatars, 3D avatars, so that you can communicate with friends far away. It's very interesting, and there are applications to games in that regard as well.
Are you having, help us understand how much fun you're having at this company versus where you were earlier in your career?
So I guess the biggest difference is maybe the level of stress is taken down a big notch.
That's important.
So, you know, we're a team of a little bit over 100 people right now, and we're at the stage right now where we're just getting to start talking about what we've been working on, and we're playing our games, and that's a very exciting time.
All right, so I'm going to amp up the stress because we only had about a minute left here. I've got to ask you though, why is so much gaming out there so graphic and violent? It can't be good for society. Research and study, and folks would say it's not. Why does it have to be that way?
I mean, we don't think it has to be that way, and so our games don't use realistic graphical violence. And if we do have shooting, it's animated shooting. It's fantasy. It's not sort of reality simulated violence, and we're going to try to stay away from that.
Why? It's a conscious decision.
It is a conscious decision.
Because?
I just don't think it's necessary for the fun.
On a lighter note.
Sorry. It's just something that, like,
it's an important
we talk about it a
conversation.
lot with kids.
AI is a huge theme here. We have 30 seconds left. How are you using Gen AI right now?
Yeah, so we're experimenting with Gen AI. It's not something we're really actively using in the games or the game development at this point, although I think Gen AI is going to have a huge impact on all of our lives, including games and including game development, but we really still have to work out some of the ethical issues, copyright issues, you know, some of the legal issues of who owns what. And I'm sure that will get worked out over time.
But it's not going to replace us, right?
I can't see how it would replace you guys.
Maybe.
Thank you so much for going all around the universe when it comes to gaming.
Thank you very much for having me.
Mike, thanks.
Mike Morheim, co-founder and former CEO of Blizzard Entertainment, Warcraft, Diablo, Overwatch, and more.
Coming up, OnlyFans, how it's trying to be bigger than just adult content. More from Screen Time when we come back.
3:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We've got 20 minutes to go ahead of the closing bell. CPI Thursday. Stocks lower. Let's head right over to the first word breaking news test for today's afternoon call. Here he is, Bill Maloney.
And good afternoon, Charlie. That's right. U.S. stocks are in the red right now, with the Dow currently down 114 points. S&P's dropped 18, while NASDAQ is lower by 0.2%. The U.S. 10-year yield at 4.07%. Gold is up 23. Oil is also climbing. And Bitcoin, that's lower by 1.6%. Among the main 11 S&P sectors, only energy was in the green. Real estate and consumer staples were under pressure. And leaders to the upside in the Dow, Amazon and UNH, while Boeing fell 1.8% and led to the downside. Regarding earnings this morning, Delta missed estimates. And in the chip space today, AMD fell as much as 5.1% after the AI chip event. And wrapping things up, JP Morgan and Wells Fargo kick off bank earnings tomorrow morning. Live from the first breaking news desk, I'm Bill Maloney. Charlie.
Okay, we thank you very much. Bill Maloney will be all over those bank earnings as they break. And to hear live breaking news over your Bloomberg, type Squawk, SQUA, on your Bloomberg terminal. I'm Charlie Pelleton. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Thank you so much for that update, Charlie Pellet. Really appreciate it. Carol.
Yes.
When I say OnlyFans, what do you think of?
You're going to tell me that you're a part of that platform? That would be a shocker.
Calling HR.
Not
okay?
happening. Not happening.
Ashley's like, what kind of show did I walk onto?
I knew him, but I'm learning every day.
We're not allowed to do outside work, okay? That's what it comes down to. That's what it comes
It's all about the contract.
Yes.
What holds it back.
Thank you. Look, all kidding aside, you think of OnlyFans, I think it the connotation is of adult content.
Correct.
No question, they've disrupted pornography. Sometimes salacious content, creators directly get paid. Also make serious money for the sole owner. Leonid Rudninsky, $472 million in dividends last fiscal year. His takings from the site, more than $1 billion just in 3 years. He's the sole owner. Ashley Carmen knows all this stuff. She's Bloomberg News music and audio reporter. She hosted a panel today with Keely Blair, the CEO of OnlyFans, as well as comedian, actor, writer, and producer Whitney Cummings. She joins us here at Screen Time. You're just fresh off the panel. How did it go?
Pretty fresh. It was great.
Good.
Really fun. Very interesting. We did talk about the financials, which obviously, for folks who aren't super familiar with OnlyFans, you hear some of these numbers, if you guys have them in front of you, it's eye-popping stuff. You're like, whoa, this is a massively profitable company. Keep growing year over year with user base and the number of creators on the service. I mean, these are the goals that every social platform has, and they're doing it.
And yet they're trying to grow by going away from adult content to a certain extent, or so they say. Chef videos, different types of creators.
I mean, Whitney is a comedian. She's not posting any nudes or anything like that on OnlyFans. She put her comedy special behind a paywall on OnlyFans. So they're trying to kind of position themselves more as, yes, we know we are an adult content platform, but we also can just be a subscription service like a Patreon, a Substack, or any of the others.
So is it working? In other words, that shift away from adult content into other stuff?
I mean, I would say they are still known for adult content. They are working with folks who aren't in the adult content space, but I would say as a brand identity, people still know them primarily.
Does it hurt? Does that is that a is it like a barrier for trying to expand beyond adult content? Like Whitney Cummings could go to, like you said, Patreon or one of these other competitors. Why go to OnlyFans if it's known as this place for adult content rather than going to, the direct-to-fan version of this for comedians, for cooks?
I think that OnlyFans sees comedy as like a natural way to branch over. They feel there's just a cultural connection that could make sense there. I mean, OnlyFans is very male skewed as far as user base, and maybe they see that as an opportunity in comedy or sports, which also can be pretty male heavy. Whitney talked about on the panel how she chose OnlyFans because she felt she could say more on there than she would on other platforms. Like, for example, many comedians put their shows on YouTube. She felt YouTube would maybe take things down or demote her in the algorithm if she wanted to say something that maybe is controversial, I don't know, but like whatever she wants to say, she felt she could do it on OnlyFans.
I am curious if it came up in the conversation that if these folks are at all having conversations with like kind of who they want to have on the content, maybe more traditional folks with kind of a safer type of programming. Like, what are they hearing? What's the feedback?
From safer kind of...
Yeah.
I mean,
non-adult, I guess. content people?
They didn't really say what they've been hearing, but they are saying, they are just trying to change that positioning. Like, we are a creator company. They did share with us, which they hadn't shared before, they've paid over $20 billion to creators since 2016. So they are like, we are a creator economy company, and they do a really favorable split. Totally. A really favorable split. They do 80-20. So the creators keep the vast lion's share of their earnings, which is very different from other platforms.
What's the biggest threat to OnlyFans right now?
Well, we didn't talk about this, but I do think something that's interesting is, the 2025 election. There has been actually a push from porn stars who are saying that in Project 2025 there are some notes about porn and reducing porn's reach. I mean, Pornhub is banned in Texas. Yeah. So I do think there are questions around the future of porn and accessibility and what kind of walls are put up.
Sorry, what did you say about Texas?
Texas Pornhub is banned and is not available in Texas. So that's another competitive platform as an example. And that has to do with age verification and stuff. But yeah.
I am curious, Ashley, going into this conversation, what was you follow this space, you report on it, you write about it, you know about it. What did you want to know from these guys going into this conversation? Because there's a lot of places you could go.
It's true. I mean, for me personally, I just thought the fact that their business is so successful, and I'm like, how can you apply this to other right? And so one of the things that's kind of an interesting nuance in their earnings is that the majority of their earnings are from microtransactions. They're actually not from the flat subscription fee.
How does that work in the app?
It's DMs and things like that, or like one-off photos or something else where you can really break it down. Like maybe you don't want to commit to $5 a month, but you do commit elsewhere.
It's a fan.
Yeah, I'm like, oh.
So what prevents, okay, you have a platform like this. What prevents a user who subscribes to a creator from then going and posting it outside of the ecosystem?
I mean, they do.
They do that?
Some do. I mean, it's obviously not cool.
Right,
still.
but I mean, this is the world we live in, I imagine.
Yeah, and I think there are a lot of efforts for creators. They have to issue takedowns and try to have ownership of their work, but I mean,
you go to a comedy show these days, and sometimes they have you lock up your phones in these bags, so then you can't post it if the comedian makes a request like that.
Yeah, no, exactly, and unfortunately, even if it's like the Snapchat, it's not screenshotable. You can always screenshot.
What's cool about an event like Screen Time is you're just seeing that everybody and anybody can make content, right? And there's different levels of it. So I just think about, what is their future in this world? Or what's necessary for their viability going forward? Or could it be in the end that they are going to be about adult content? And that's okay. It's a pretty big business. There's always demand.
Yeah.
But I just wonder how you think about them longer term.
Longer term, I mean, I think they just have to see if the other competitor platforms do branch into that space. I think they do have to remain loyal to their current creators and ensure they're not alienating them by pursuing other different types of creators. But yeah, like you said, the business is working right now, so they seem to be in a good position.
Any idea how much somebody like Whitney Cummings is able to make over the platform?
I don't know.
But this is she also has a Netflix special. She's
it's not her. She does a podcast.
Yeah.
I mean, this is just a separate sort of thing.
Does she come into the platform, you think, make others think about coming on? Just got about 30
There's
seconds or so.
There's definitely been some splashier names who have been on the platform. Like Cardi B was on there, Iggy Azalea
that was
on
in the
there,
early
Denise
days.
Richards.
That was the first time. Yeah, Cardi B did an album sort of collab, to help promote her album on it, right?
Yeah, it's a marketing tool.
Yeah.
I mean, I think also if you say to your fans, I'm on OnlyFans, they're kind of like, what? What's going on there? They want to know a little bit more.
Yeah, I feel like it's been in the conversation a lot. Well, cool stuff, and we highly recommend people can go to Bloomberg.com and check out our live events for Screen Time and catch all of Ashley's panel that she just had. Thank you so much. We know it's been busy for you, but thanks for dropping by. Ashley Carmen, she's Bloomberg News, music and audio reporter, joining us here at Screen Time. Coming up next, we've got the creative minds of some of the best-known unscripted TV programs. Yes, we're talking about reality TV, but we're also talking about things like The Voice, You've Got Talent, and The Traders, and your favorite, Love Island USA.
I must confess I have not seen it. I have to be truthful.
That's coming up on the other side. This is Bloomberg.
listening to Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Messer and Tim Stenevec on Bloomberg Radio and Television.
All right, everybody. Tim and I here at Bloomberg Screen Time. We're in Hollywood. More to come from the event, more great guests. But in the meantime, we've got this great live blog going on. It's a little warm, too, which is why we're a little sweaty.
Unseasonably warm in California for October.
Having said that, we're going to go to our live blog because they've been tracking all of the things that have been going on. Hive America CEO Scooter Braun just a little short while ago did a conversation with Lucas Shaw up on the stage here. Said he's in discussions about extending his management role at Hive, aiming to build the U.S. business for the K-pop giant behind BTS and Cat's Eye. Yeah. And what's interesting is Taylor Swift came up. There was a well-reported on dispute involving her music catalog, the sale of it, and involving Scooter Braun.
I think for a lot of people outside of the music industry, they hear Scooter Braun and they think of Justin Bieber and Taylor Swift for different reasons. For what it's worth, Scooter Braun did say that his struggle with Taylor Swift over music recordings was somewhat, quote, misrepresented, saying it's time to move on. Here's what he told Lucas Shaw, the managing editor for entertainment and media. Quote, it's important in any kind of conflict that people actually communicate directly with each other. And I think when people actually take the time to stand in front of each other, have a conversation, they usually find out the monster is not real.
Okay, that's something to unpack, but it's interesting. But they did touch upon that briefly. He also, keep in mind, this is someone who is so well known for managing talent. We talk about Justin Bieber, but so many others, Ariana Grande. He recently announced he was stepping away from artist management, did this for 2 decades. Here's what he said. I realized it was actually a gift and it wasn't about one client, so I started picking up the phone and having the conversations, and some went well, some took a couple more conversations, but I'm grateful for all those years, but going in a very, very different direction. So that's one of the highlights from here. We also, Lucas up on the stage talking with the CEO of Comcast, Brian Roberts.
Yeah, it happened a little earlier in the session. Some really interesting stuff coming from that interview, too. Again, you can see the whole thing at Bloomberg.com and at Bloomberg Live. But he said that he's upbeat on media and entertainment. He said in spite of challenges like customers canceling cable in favor of streaming, nobody knows how low cable will go, he said, but Comcast is focused on giving consumers options. He reminded everyone that last year was the most profitable year and the best year in the company's history. So why would you not be excited?
Yeah, he definitely was. And this is such a great voice. We have a lot of younger individuals, innovators, disruptors here, looking at kind of the next wave of where everything is going when it comes to media and content. Brian Roberts, family business, cable, has seen so many different cycles when it comes to media and content. He did say that Comcast is prepared for more cord cutting by cable customers and that it will benefit from offering broadband subscriptions and NBA games online. So who'd have thunk years ago, right, in terms of how we get sports? But it is going in so many different directions.
If it's going direct to consumer, but Comcast is the one who has the pipes going into your home, then they're still the beneficiary. I think the question is to what extent they should be concerned about other broadband options getting into consumers' homes and if they lose that connection with the customer.
All right, Netflix also here. It is all the big names here at Screen Time. Netflix, this is coming out of Screen Time. Netflix has ordered a live variety talk show from comedian John Mulaney, a new spin at a genre that has bedeviled the streaming giant over the last decade. I mean, Netflix has always been, when it comes to streaming services, I feel like the one to beat, the one to be. But it's not always easy on every front for them.
But they have the data, and they saw that a lot of people watched that John Mulaney special that he put out a couple of years ago that really put him back on the map after his recovery.
Yeah.
So no question that, they're leaning into someone who's still incredibly popular with their fan base.
And what's interesting, though, the late night talk show format, many have done really well. It's been a staple of traditional television for decades, but it's something that Netflix has struggled with. So, they're certainly not giving up, but they're wondering if they can do it with Mulaney. So we will see. But that's another one of the conversations, certainly, that we are seeing here at Screen Time. Coming up, though, in the next couple of hours, we continue, including, I feel like, a super deep dive into reality TV and unscripted TV. We've got 2 folks from NBC Universal who have created so much in that genre.
All that and more coming up over the next hour on Bloomberg Screen Time. Tim Stenevec, Carol Messer, live from Screen Time 2024 in Hollywood. This is Bloomberg Business Week.
Bloomberg World Headquarters, I'm Charlie Pellet. 3:58 on Wall Street, 2 minutes ahead of the closing bell with the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ all in the red. CPI Thursday, stocks selling off. S&P at 5781, retreating from yesterday's record. Right now we do have the S&P 500 index heading into the close, down 10, a drop of 0.2%. Dow Industrials down 52, a decline of 0.1%, while the NASDAQ Composite Index lower by 5 now, little change, down less than 0.1%. The Russell 2000 Index of small cap shares also declining today, down by 0.6%. Again, to put that in context, the S&P down by just about 0.2%. 10-year 4.07%, the 2-year 3.96%. Spot gold today up 0.8%, 26.29 the ounce. And West Texas Intermediate crude oil, big story, up 3.7%. Heightened Middle East tensions again. WTI 75.94 a barrel. Stocks, though, fell after data showed hotter than expected inflation after a slowdown in the labor market. Next up for Wall Street, big bank earnings when we hear from Wells Fargo and J.P. Morgan Chase tomorrow morning. Mona Mahajan is Senior Investment Strategist at Edward Jones.
We'll be listening to the big banks tomorrow. We want to hear not only, how lower rates impact them, we also want to hear how is the consumer doing? How is the consumer feeling? And where are they spending? Is there loan growth on the way?
Mahajan was interviewed this morning on Bloomberg Surveillance. Among big banks, J.P. Morgan Chase out tomorrow morning, down 0.2%. Wells Fargo also reporting tomorrow, up by just about 0.4%. And there you have it, sound of the closing bell at the New York Stock Exchange as we wrap up trading on this CPI Thursday. The Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ going to end the day in the red with the S&P down now by 12, a drop there of 0.2%. Advanced Micro Devices down 4% at the close, suffering its biggest stock decline in more than a month after the company updated its product lineup, a sign investors were waiting for more of a payoff from its push into artificial intelligence computing. Again, recapping, stocks lower, S&P down 0.2%, Dow Industrials down 0.1%, NASDAQ also fell 0.1%. For on-demand news, 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pellet, and that is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
This is Bloomberg Business Week. Insight from the reporters and editors who bring you America's most trusted business magazine. Plus, global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Masser and Tim Stenevec on Bloomberg Radio.
Yes, indeed, everybody. This is Bloomberg Business Week. We're live at Screen Time. Is this our...
It's our 4th hour.
4 or 5. I've lost count. Carol Masser along with Tim Stenevec. We're live at Naya Studios. This is our 2nd annual Screen Time event, bringing together those folks who are making content, but it's coming through so many different creative vehicles, if you will. And yeah, we're going to talk about it for the next 60 minutes. We have been, but we're going to continue the conversation.
Yeah, some huge names here at Screen Time this year. We had Snoop Dogg last night. We heard from Brian Roberts a little earlier. Blizzard co-founder and former CEO Mike Morhaime was just on with us in the last few minutes. A great lineup of people. OnlyFans CEO was on as well. The action is just nonstop here.
It's nonstop, and in just a moment, we're going to get to the executives behind The Voice, Love Island USA, The Traders, 2 top content creators. They have created so much when it comes to reality and unscripted television. We're going to talk with them. They're over at NBC Universal. They'll join us in just a moment. On it, when it comes to reality TV, another great voice, Nick Viall. He's been on The Bachelor, The Bachelorette. He's got his own podcast. They dig deep into what goes on in reality TV.
What really goes on.
What really happens when it comes to reality TV. And then we have been talking a lot about the ones to watch. Nick is on that list.
Yeah, so too is the CEO of Tubi, Anjali Sood. And if you're in the media world, especially in New York, it's a familiar name because she was at Vimeo for years. Our Brad Stone is going to be catching up with her. And we're going to catch up with Brad a little bit later, too.
All right, let's get going in this hour. From The Bachelor and The Bachelorette to The Kardashians, Housewives, American Idol, and so much more. Reality and unscripted television is a must-see must see for so many. Came up with a statistic that was on PBS. They noted that almost 80% of adult TV viewers watch reality television. We have two insiders.
I like that PBS has that stat.
It was based on a book, I think. We have two insiders who have led the way, truly, when you look at their backgrounds, when it comes to the success and explosion of unscripted television. Corey Henson is Executive Vice President of Unscripted Content Competition and Game Shows at NBC Universal Entertainment. Also at NBC Universal is Sharon Gung, who is Executive VP, Alternative Programming and Development. As we said, they're the creative team behind so much of the NBC portfolio. There's so much. I could go on for about an hour about what you guys have done. First of all, welcome. What's fun about unscripted TV?
What's not fun about unscripted TV? Yeah.
But it wasn't always something that people thought about, right? That could be an explosion. But tell us about kind of how it has evolved.
Oh, gosh. I mean, it's evolved from PBS series through Cops, through, into the real world, into the big formats like Big Brother and Idol and Survivor, the ones that launched the genre. And I think it's just continued to evolve. There was obviously a big spike in all of the cable fare. With all of the docu-soaps were prolific across cable, and I think the big formats are back now. Traders, Love Island, obviously are crushing it. We found this really great balance where people don't talk about it as a guilty pleasure anymore, which I always was.
That's a win.
That's a win.
Yeah.
Right? Because it's not guilty. It's just good entertainment. And I think there's great reality shows and there's great scripted shows, just like there's some not great reality shows and some not great scripted shows. It's like there's something for everyone, but we pinch ourselves every day when we get to come to work and walk onto the set for something.
I was even surprised to hear a shout out from Tim Walz during the vice presidential debate a couple of weeks ago. I think he said, "You're missing Dancing with Our Stars." I think he said that.
He did.
Yeah.
So close.
So close.
So close.
So close.
Yeah.
I think he said that. I have to go back and look at the transcript. Maybe Dancing with Us. I don't know what he said, but we understood what he was saying. It entered the cultural zeitgeist.
Yeah.
One thing that I was thinking about when we were preparing for this is, Carol and I were talking yesterday. Like, reality show for me is like real world, because that's the era I grew up in, 1990s MTV, seeing what happens when, strangers get together.
Seven strangers.
Yes, thank you.
Get together in a house.
Now I know what happens at creative
We're all the same vintage. We get it.
Yeah.
But that was before Instagram. It was before Facebook. It was before Twitter. It was before, you have bands right now always traveling with content creators because they're giving a behind-the-scenes view, like their own version of reality TV to their audience as a way to connect with them. How do you balance that, going directly to the fan, versus a show, a platform like you find at NBC Universal?
Yeah. We think it makes the content richer because it's another kind of avenue for the story to play out. So, for instance, on Love Island, you have the story that plays out episodically, but then we have a whole content team that manages the social story as well. So we show moments, we tell stories, we show interview bites, we show photographs that you won't see on the main show. And it becomes this symbiotic relationship that keeps pushing the main show forward, pushes back to social. So it ends up being a 360 kind of experience for the fans, and I think that's really important. You get more. It's almost like for the rabid fan base, you can't get enough. On Big Brother, they had live feeds.
Deeper layer. Yep.
And that's 24/7.
It's kind of amazing how you can dice and slice it, right?
Yeah.
In terms of reality or unscripted.
Yeah. A lot of our shows, too, we've created sort of worlds and bubbles that the contestants are living in. And so this is really just sort of like that outside echo chamber of what's going on in real life. And we love being part of that conversation every day and really sort of creating the conversation through social, which, again, to Sharon's point, feeds back into the show and it becomes this 360 experience.
I am so curious about how you guys figure out what's going to be a good unscripted series. Like, how do you go about the process? How do you scout it out? How do you scout out the people that you maybe want to have in that environment?
It's very similar to when you watch a show or you hear a song.
Yeah.
You get a certain feeling. And I think that I wish it was perfect science, because it's not. But there are things that
avenues that we take where we're always looking at international formats. That's a place where we can mine for content. Domestically, from the producers that we hear pitches from, that's a place we mine for content. Sometimes we go into the closet and we brush off old IP.
Reinventing IP,
Yes.
or working with certain auspices where you know that say Jordan Peele came in with a reimagining of Scare Tactics, which is like a fan favorite prank show. And through his lens, it became a totally different show.
Yeah.
And so you're sort of you're making calculated bets, basically, and they're not all going to win. And I've seen really great shows not perform, and I've seen mediocre shows perform really well. So it's not a perfect science. We wish it was, although then we wouldn't have a job. You would just,
Okay. What's something you passed on that ended up doing so well? What's a mistake you made?
Ouch.
Okay. For me, it was one of your shows.
We all learn from our mistakes.
Yeah. So when I was the commissioner at CBS, Corey was over at Fox, and a little Korean show came in called Masked Singer, and we watched the tape, and I thought, it's a little weird. But it's people in masks, and even though we felt like it was something interesting, it wasn't right for us. But of course, it ended up being a massive hit on Fox.
But that show is my mistake as well, because we passed on it the first time it came in.
Oh.
Yeah. And then it came back around about 2 years later, when it had fallen out of development, I think at like MTV. And it came back to us, and we bought it the second time around. So it's a mistake with a happy ending.
Yeah.
So.
But I heard that happened with American Idol too. That people passed on American Idol before it found its home.
Those stories are legendary.
Why is it though? Like, what is it that you see that you're like, okay, not so much?
Well,
and something that you say, okay, I'm going to greenlight this.
I mean, timing is obviously everything. Yeah, what your opportunities are on the network or the platform, and where you can put it, and what you can partner it with, and what talent is interested in it and available. I mean, that was, when we did do the Masked Singer, that sort of, we got really lucky. Ken Jeong, his parents actually had watched the original Korean version, so he knew the show. So we didn't have to explain the wacky premise. He's like, I got it.
Yeah.
And same thing with Jenny McCarthy, that she understood it right away. So it's just a lot of it's timing. The Traders, for example, that show, the producers talk about what they've been pitching it for 10 years or something, or like developing it and redeveloping it and pitching it.
6 years they were pitching. 6 years.
It's amazing. And I will say with the panel shows, like who's on that panel makes or breaks it, right? So getting that right talent mix is just killer in making it run.
The alchemy, yeah, it is, and there's not really a great way to test it.
Yeah.
You're sort of trying to fill these different roles. You want this person that comes from this genre, and this person that's going to bring the humor, and this person that's going to
Do you not
appeal.
test different combinations? Like I'm just curious how you do that with high-profile talent or higher profile.
I was going to say it's tricky when you have
Right?
sort of big celebrities. It's not like we could say, hey Reba, sit down in the chair and give us an audition. It's like she's a legend. She's getting the chair. So we don't know. We try and sort of matchmake a little bit as much as we can. With this year's voice panel that we're so excited about. Obviously, Snoop had done the Olympics. We had been chasing him to be a coach on The Voice for many, many seasons. The timing was perfect. He could transition seamlessly into it. We knew he and Reba would have a good rapport. There was a lot of respect there, and two legends. He and Gwen came up at the same time in the same area.
Yeah.
They had a history. And I think Michael Bublé was the sort of the question mark, because he didn't really know any of the other panelists very well coming into it, but he and Snoop hit it off, and now there's this romance that's blossoming there. So sometimes though, man, sometimes you sit there and those panels are meeting for the first time and you're like, oof, this is not a dinner party I want to be at anymore.
And we as viewers pick up when there's stuff going on. And sometimes that's fun.
Yeah, sometimes
that's
that
part
works.
of it.
Sometimes that works too.
But sometimes it doesn't.
We're Bloomberg. We talk money. We love talking money, numbers. What's
Do you
the
have
cost?
any extra?
Great
we
question.
can have?
That's a different department than us.
Currently looking for more. Question. Yeah, I guess the question that I have is about the cost equation with this type of content versus like a half hour or an hour of something scripted. If you think about, the days of Seinfeld and Friends, and then the days of like 30 Rock and The Office, the so-called those half hours or 22 minutes of scripted TV that have now taken on a life of their own on the streaming platforms. How would you characterize the investment in those versus the investment in a season of reality?
I mean, it's a longer answer because I think we don't know the intricacies of the scripted deal models, but the big difference is that the studios sort of take on a lot of the burden up front for scripted, whereas on unscripted, we pay 100% of the costs up front. And so our shows don't have as much legs on the other end because oftentimes you know the result of the show. You know who won, you know when the person was eliminated. So there's not always a lot of tail on the show, where there could be for Seinfeld. You can watch an episode 20 years later and it still resonates.
We still are. Yeah.
And we still are.
Yeah.
But that being said, our costs are far less in the long term, and we can find a lot of efficiencies in different ways. We can shoot back-to-back seasons. We can make the cast smaller or bigger. We can shoot 20 episodes and get a better amort. Like, there are all these different levers that we can play with.
We can partner with the different territory, which we do often now. Like on Traders, we partnered with the BBC in the UK. Right. We created a hub with that castle, so that castle's become a location for both channels.
So, okay, $1 trillion question. Is it really unscripted?
Yes.
What's the balance? Like, tell it, is it really just go? Like everybody does their thing? Or help us understand. I am a super fan of like a lot of reality. I just think it's human nature. You get to see dynamics, but
it's not turn on the cameras and just catch what you can. There's a lot of work and pre-production that goes into setting up the framework that we then, and the worlds that we then put the contestants into. But at the end of the day, they are themselves. They're not actors. We're not writing scripts for them. In our big competition format series, there are game rules at play. There are FCC rules at play. We cannot write the script for them. All we can do is produce situations,
right?
And put people into that situation, and it's all about how they react to the situation and to one another in the situation. It's real.
How does social media play in today, in the sense of when you're editing, you're finding those moments to cut, to promote on social media, to bring in an audience that wouldn't necessarily be tuning in without that sort of fighting?
Yeah, we work closely with a team internally at the company, NBCU, but also outside resources that create a story, like we were saying earlier, that go hand in hand with the story that's happening in the episode. And so there's a whole cycle of content that's happening and being built and edited and put together with a whole plan that gets released as we release the episodes. So we were saying earlier, it's particularly on Love Island, it's a 50-50 proposition. It's 50% what's happening on social is important to the 50% that's happening on the screen.
All right, so I want to ask what each of your favorite unscripted program is to watch.
I mean, I think we're biased. Yeah,
right.
So I would say one of ours, we would probably both say the Traders.
The Traders.
Yeah.
One that isn't yours.
One that isn't.
We both went. Yeah, I'm a long fan of Survivor. Very long fan of Survivor. And Big Brother. Those two shows. Yeah.
I'm a Dancing with the Stars loyalist.
Yeah.
Dancing with Our Stars.
Dancing with Our Stars. I'm sorry. Yes. Thank you. Nice callback. Yeah.
All right.
That's a good
what's your
show.
favorite scripted program or normal, traditional, not an unscripted program to watch?
My most recent obsession, I always loved Game of Thrones, which makes sense that we love Traders.
Yeah, totally.
And I loved Lost in the olden days, and I loved Succession, which makes sense because all these tenets are in our unscripted shows. Strategy and murder.
It's all part of it, right?
Yes, that's right.
How about for you, Corey?
Oh gosh, we watch a lot of live television, live sports in our home. Not always by choice, everyone on the couch, but that's what's on. And we watch a lot of 1 hour dramas. So for us, it's about escaping from the day to day. So gosh, I know this sounds like a really dated answer, but I love Ozarks. We always have Law and Order on in our house, constantly on a loop. So old school.
I watched Ozarks while I had COVID.
Yeah.
Like, it was a really dark moment for me.
Yeah, sorry.
Do you think sports, though, is more reality or unscripted? Just quickly. Could you do more, or is it hard?
I think the two are very complementary. They're live, they're spontaneous, you don't know the outcome, they're real people doing what they do, achieving at their highest levels. I think it's a really great compliment.
Corey and Sharon, thank you so much.
Thank
So
you.
much fun.
Good to meet you.
It's 4:21 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. Hurricane Milton is expected to result in insured losses ranging from $30 to $50 billion, making it the costliest storm for the industry since in 2022, according to a report from Fitch Ratings. Stocks move lower today. The Dow, the S&P, and NASDAQ all declined. S&P down 12, a drop of 0.2%. We had the Dow down 57, down 0.1%, while NASDAQ NASDAQ was lower by 9, a drop of just under 0.1%. Stocks fell after data showed hotter than expected inflation and a slowdown in the labor market. 10-year, 4.06%. The 2-year, 3.96%. Spot gold up 0.8%, 26.29 the ounce. And West Texas Intermediate crude oil up 3.1%, 75.51 a barrel. AMD was down 4% today, suffering its biggest stock decline in more than a month after the company updated its product lineup, a sign investors were waiting for more of a payoff from its push into AI computing. The big event for Tesla happens tonight when it will finally reveal its long-awaited driverless robo-taxi prototype tonight in Los Angeles. Tesla today down 1%. For on-demand news, 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pellet, and that is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Well, our next guest from Screen Time, well, he has been cast in The Bachelor, The Bachelorette, I want to make sure I get them all right, Bachelor in Paradise. He started a podcast back in 2019. It has since become a must-stop place for reality TV personalities. Their fans want analysis of what's going on. It's the kind of thing I am very interested in, the backgrounds and what's going on. His weekly recap episodes tackle the most popular shows, The Bachelor, Love Island, The Real Housewives, a favorite of mine, I'm just going to disclose, and Summer House. How have I missed, though, all of this?
I don't know.
Maybe I'm just involved in too much news stuff. He's among the 12 individuals singled out and included in the Bloomberg Screen Time Ones to Watch list. He's also founder of Envy Media that's developing other podcasts. We're so delighted to have with us Nick Viall. He's actor, host of Viall Files. He's here with us at Screen Time. Welcome, welcome.
Thanks for having me. Good to be with you.
So good to have you here. Your YouTube channel, let me throw out some numbers. 190,000 subscribers, but maybe even more. More than 200,000 people follow your podcast on Spotify. You have more than 1 million followers on Instagram. Why do you think you are so popular?
I don't know. You'd have to ask, I guess. I suppose my audience, but I think, we try to be as authentic as we can on our show and just, give the people a little bit of the insight into reality TV, pop culture, and things like that. And so hopefully people find us entertaining as well as a little bit informative when it comes to some of the things that they're really fans of, like reality TV and pop culture.
Okay, so Carol kept asking our previous guests whether or not it is actually reality TV, whether or not it is unscripted.
They're over at NBC Universal.
Okay.
Sharon Vong and Corey Henson. They've done a lot in terms of unscripted television and reality TV, so they know this world.
Yeah, careful with your answer because they're still right over there.
Sure.
They could be.
I think when it comes
but you have a unique position because you were part of so many shows. You have been part of so many shows. So take us behind the scenes.
Well, I think when it comes to reality TV, every show is different, right? You have like reality TV love competitions like The Bachelor, Love Island, Love is Blind, and that's a very kind of different structure than, say, your ensemble episodic shows like Bravo Housewives.
Yeah.
I think for the most part, every reality TV show wants to be as real, as authentic as possible, and so I would say in reality it's more staged than scripted. As much as possible, the conversations people are having are truly authentic. They're not getting scripts or lines or things like that, but scenes are staged, so to speak. And so like The Bachelor, Love is Blind, Love Island, very controlled environments. You don't have your phone. You're kind of off the grid, so to speak. And so within that controlled environment, they're very good at creating situations that are very intense, that create a lot of drama and fun things to watch.
We've heard stories about alcohol being involved in this stuff. About alcohol being involved. To sort of get people to loosen up, create an environment. To what extent?
In my experience, it's they're casting adults first and foremost, people who are old enough to drink, and it's available. I was never encouraged to drink more. I was never, certainly insisted to drink more, but it was always available. There is a lot of downtime. There is a lot of hurry up and waiting. Obviously, people who might happen to consume alcohol if they're nervous and things like that, so that can create a lot of situations where people might overconsume. But I think over the years, I got the impression I've been out of reality TV in terms of being behind the camera, but it sounds like a lot of production companies have made the appropriate changes to limit people's consumption. That being said, it is available, it's there, and if you're someone who overconsumes, that might be, that might happen.
Can I ask you though, before we kind of move forward, were you ever prodded into doing something, or did you ever feel like you were edited incorrectly?
Yeah, well, certainly when it comes to like the edit, there's a lot of control that shows have in terms of how they can frame a story together. I think for the most part, shows want to tell the story that happened, but
Yeah.
they also have a limited time in which to do that, and so they are kind of simplifying arguments and things like that. So for the person involved, they might feel a little misrepresented. I think for the sake of the audience, the people telling the story are just trying to create the story. At the same time, no one's making you do or say anything you don't want to do. I always describe producers as the friend who wants you to buy the boat, Like, producers aren't there to give you sound advice. Right. They're there, if it feels good, do it type of thing. And so they want you to be as honest with how you feel in the moment. So if you ask them if you should buy the boat, they're going to tell you, hell yeah.
It's great to have a friend with a boat. It's great to have a friend with a pool.
Yeah.
You don't want to be the one
It's
who owns
nice to
those
have that
things.
friend.
Yeah.
So that's kind of how producers are. And I always say this, I've never heard a reality TV star blame the producers when they look good.
Yeah.
They're always like, yeah, that was my line. But when things don't go well for reality TV stars, I think producers are often an easy scapegoat. But, listen, sometimes those gripes are legitimate. I know what it's like to be behind the camera and watch the edit and go, I don't remember it that way. So it goes both ways, and I think there's arguments being made on both sides.
Your podcast, are you always thinking about having a viral moment? Tell us about when you're in the process and your guys are digesting, an episode or certain happenings. How do you shape that?
I mean, in terms of producing our show, we just want to have conversations that people are interested in having with us, right? Yeah. We want to basically create a show that is like we're friends in a room having a conversation about our favorite content. I'm also a big sports fan, and so our audience, who are fans of pop culture, reality TV, and relationship, are watching reality TV the same way some people might watch a sports game. And so we want to cover that and have those types of conversations that they are interested in having and breaking down and things like that. So we want to have those authentic conversations that people are interested in, and the virality of content that you make usually will follow. And that's kind of how we focus on it.
But you love when it goes viral, right?
Oh, of course. Who doesn't love a viral moment when it comes? Viral moments are a good sign that you're talking about the right things.
Yeah.
Involved, but consistency matters, and the more you're consistent with your message, the more chances you'll have of going viral.
It's pretty incredible to see the way that careers have been made with opportunities given by reality TV. I think you're a great example of that.
Sure.
Are you more likely, if you're on a reality TV show, to have a career made or a career broken?
It really just depends on what you're doing. A lot of advice I give to my peers coming off of reality TV is I'll let them know that going on reality TV gives you incredible access and no credibility. Where, for example, an entertainer in music or, an actor, they usually will get access and credibility. Access is great, and it gets you in a lot of rooms, and then from there on, it's up to you to kind of show the credibility that you should earn. And so that's the focus I've had, and I think if you stick to that and show people who, are excited to bring you in the room because they're fans of the show and they want to ask you all the questions you guys are asking me, is it real, is it scripted, things like that. Those are opportunities that I use to, gain the credibility to grow and build my career.
Doing a podcast, was that something you thought, yeah, this makes sense next, or did you think about different things?
I mean, I do acting, I do hosting, and I try to be kind of, have my hand in a lot of buckets. But podcasting, something I saw a lot of people have success in. I do enjoy talking. I like being analytical, and so I saw the space as something I thought I could excel in, and once I started my show, I really enjoyed it, had a passion for it, and then just tried to continue to build and see where it could go.
With it's interesting because you're able to leverage an opportunity you had in so-called traditional media to reach fans directly.
Yeah.
Sort of go around those traditional media channels. I'm wondering, here we are talking about the future of media at Screen Time, trying to understand the different ways to reach people. Big part of the conversation earlier was, with the CEO of OnlyFans, and they have a platform where people are able to go directly to their fans. The future of reality TV, do the networks have as much power as they've had in the past?
I think in general, traditional media across the board probably has less power just because of the platforms that give, creators like me access to, start creating content. And if you have a work ethic and a good idea and the follow through to build on that idea, I think the sky's the limit for kind of anything. So I just think it kind of levels the playing field, and I think it challenges legacy media to keep up and be more innovative. I think in the past, legacy media had the advantages of kind of just doing what we always did because it worked for them. And now, they're seeing, healthy competition and people out there, challenging them to move a little faster and be a little bit more innovative.
What's kind of cool, if you think about podcasts, it's like kind of old-time radio, right? We just all listen to an incredible conversation. Sometimes there's bells and whistles. Sometimes it's just people talking around a table. It's just unbelievable kind of how it's taken off. NV Media, it's your company that you've started. Now you're helping other people do podcasts. Is there a certain type of talent, podcasting that you're looking to do? Tell us about that.
Yeah, so starting NV Media, I was just trying to build off of what the Vial Files was, which is, again, a big part of my audience are people who love watching television, who love watching reality TV. And so the first show I produced is Disrespectfully with Katie Maloney and Dana Katham. They have their, place in reality TV. A new show I'll be announcing shortly. Our lady's also in the reality TV space. And so I think NV Media, we're trying to kind of build what, ultimately what ESPN is for sports, and kind of build an environment that every one of our shows is going to have a similar type of audience of people who enjoy this type of television and enjoy this type of content. So we want to be focused. We're not just trying to launch a bunch of random shows. They'll all be centered around reality TV and the people who love them.
How's the sales process going with getting these shows picked up?
In terms of selling the shows, it's going very well. I mean, I have a great partner in Lipson who sells my show and the shows that we also produce, and it's been great. And again, you have to have a lot of our audiences are millennial women. And it seems like the advertisers enjoy those audiences as well, as much as we enjoy them, and we'll continue to work with those audience members because they've been great to us and we really appreciate them.
Are you done with reality TV yourself?
In terms of being behind the camera, yeah.
No, in front of the camera?
It really depends on what it is. In terms of
behind.
love competition shows, I'm happily married, have a kid, so that's great.
Sounds like a reality show.
Sure. In terms of, you never say never because you never really know what type of shows might come out or, obviously I'm doing a lot of hosting and things like that. I hosted a reality show with Patty Stanger not too long ago, and so I'll always have my place in reality TV. I'm always looking to produce content, maybe make shows myself, so I'll always have a hand in it, but I don't know how much competing on reality TV I'll be doing.
Totally get it. Nick, thanks for dropping by. Really cool. Congratulations on your success.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Yeah, Nick Vial. He's an actor, host of the Vial Files. Straight ahead, we're going to get another name from the Bloomberg Screen Time Ones to Watch list. This is something we're highlighting. Who's beating some of the giants in the streaming race while giving away content for free. That's a model.
Okay.
That's coming up next. This is
4:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We begin with the developing story. Headline from the Bloomberg Professional Service. HubSpot will buy AI billing startup Cashflow, and according to a report from The Information. Again, that headline right now on the Bloomberg Professional Service. HubSpot said to be buying AI billing startup Cashflow. The Dow, the S&P, and NASDAQ all ended today lower. Stocks fell after data showed hotter than expected inflation and a slowdown in the labor market. S&P down 12, a drop of 0.2%. The Dow fell 58, a drop today of 0.1%. NASDAQ lower by 9, a drop of just under 0.1%. 10-year yield 4.06% with a 2-year 3.96%. Spot gold today gained $21 the ounce, up 0.8%, while West Texas Intermediate crude up $2.50 the barrel, up 3.3%, 75.63. CPI Thursday. Next up will be the producer price report. So what to expect for producer prices? Diane Swank is chief economist at KPMG.
I think PPI will be a little different because there's different indicators in it. Airline fares were way up. In the CPI, the PPI measure is different, and that's what goes into the PCE index. So there could be some real break in it. I also think what's important to look at is the next employment report, which comes out in the dark period, of course, for the Fed, November 1st, right before the election.
Diane Swank of KPMG. And again, the PPI report drops tomorrow morning, 8:30 a.m. right here on Bloomberg Radio. We'll have it for you and complete coverage as we get the data. Again, recapping, S&P lower today by 12, a decline of 0.2%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pelleton. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, everybody. I'm Carol Massar along with Tim Stenbeck. We are, as you know, live at Bloomberg Screen Time here in Hollywood. Just behind us, an episode of Hot Ones being taped. That's why it's so loud. It's a little difficult.
I would say you're getting some colorful language that's not necessarily FCC approved for radio, but if you want to see it.
But you understand,
yeah,
right?
Yeah, check it out at Bloomberg. Literally, it gets a little heated. Check it out at Bloomberg.com and also on the Bloomberg terminal.
Jason Blum is the one who's having to deal with it.
Yeah, I know. I don't know where he is, but I heard he's eating ice cream and drinking milk, so that's never a great sign.
All right, so that's going on. As you know, we've been highlighting over the last 4 hours some of the ones to watch. It's a special Bloomberg Business Week Screen Time list. It's those folks that are blowing up TikTok, drawing massive crowds at music festivals, creating genre-bending art, and even expanding their culinary empire.
Yeah, the Business Week team notes they're the folks who are not yet your household variety, but the ones who you need to pay attention to now, so you can sort of say, I knew them back when. In about an hour, Bloomberg Business Week editor Brad Stone, he's going to be sitting down with another individual on that list. We're talking about Tubi TV CEO Anjali Sood here at Screen Time. Right now, he's sitting with us. Good to see you, Brad.
Hi, Tim.
Thanks for hosting us in California, your home state.
It's another amazing Screen Time.
It really is. It's pretty awesome.
Well, tell us about that.
Before we get to Anjali, talk
I mean, I just got here this morning, flew down from San Francisco, but, you know, Scooter Braun, Jason Blum, I mean, it's so amazing because this industry is in such turmoil. There's so much change. And even, you know, the CEOs, the people with their finger on the pulse, they don't know what's happening next, right? And so you hear about a lot of experimentation, a lot of risk-taking. And I think what draws people to this conference is the fact that they don't know and they're also here to learn.
Yeah, no, that's a really good point.
I feel like a big unknown last year was sort of like, okay, what's going to be the effect of the strikes that we saw in Hollywood on the industry? And this year, we're not having a conversation that doesn't involve AI. It's pretty incredible to see your backgrounds in technology. There's a big intersection of media and technology, especially right now, where all these creatives are trying to figure out, wait a second, how is this technology going to be harnessed?
No, they don't know, right? Nobody's got an answer. As I said, a lot of experimentation. But by the way, I mean, the subject of the strikes, that has not gone away. I mean, Jason Blum just gave the industry a poor grade when he was asked by the host of the Hot Ones, how has the industry recovered? He said, not well. Like, you know, and I think, yeah, the industry is trying to find its footing as the uncertainty of AI and how it's going to impact, the future and eyeballs. But look, I mean, this is the land of the creative, right? And I think they've got a lot of confidence and the ability of humans to figure out what people want to watch.
It's really pretty remarkable, too, to have an event where you have someone like Brian Roberts of Comcast, right? So entrenched in like kind of traditional media. You think about the old cable companies, and then you have OnlyFans trying to figure out how do they get away from maybe
one
the
follow
adult.
the other. Yeah.
Exactly. But it's just amazing. It just reminds you when we think about content creation, how we receive it. It's just all these different venues,
And
old
even
and new.
Comcast. I mean, we talked about today NBC spending what $2.5 billion a year on the NBA over the next 11 years. An extraordinary number. They don't know if that pencils out.
Yeah.
But you know, when you're talking about live TV, sports is one of the, as they showed with the Olympics, one of the ways that you can routinely, consistently deliver eyeballs. So they're willing to pay that amount.
Also a disruptor out there, Anjali Sud. She's
I thought
on
you
the
were going to say
list.
Snoop.
Oh, no, I mean, Snoop's
I miss Snoop.
It was Olympics. Like, this is the guy who's everywhere. NFL, like Olympics.
Standing room only, couldn't even get in there last night.
Yeah,
Had to watch
it was
out
crazy.
Here.
Sorry,
but
go
I think a lot of like people might think of Anjali Sud as like the former CEO of Vimeo. She was there for years. Now she's at Tubi. What are they trying to do at Tubi?
Well, it's interesting. I mean, we sort of feel like we have the shorthand for who are the streaming players, right? There's Paramount Plus, there's Peacock, there's Hulu. Tubi's bigger than all of them, right? I mean, Netflix and Amazon are larger. Disney Plus might be larger now, but Tubi's up there. It's the largest of what around here they call the AVODs, right? The advertising-supported video on demand. It's free. People like free. You know, I went and I was not myself a Tubi viewer, but I went and looked, and I looked at the most viewed section on their app, and you've got the Partridge Family, you know, 1970s. You've got Columbo, you know, Peter Falk. Don't sleep on Peter Falk. Series from TMZ. But so it's a combination of nostalgia and maybe niche audiences that aren't being served by the large streamers, and the fact that you're probably serving a portion of the audience that doesn't want to pay the exorbitant amounts that I find that we're paying for every streaming service under the sun.
Right, you say AVOD, advertising video on demand, as opposed to SVOD, the subscription video on demand, like the Netflixes, the Peacocks
But
of the
they're
world.
getting into it too, right? Netflix, Amazon, introducing ad-supported tiers. So lots of competition on the high end, and on the other side, they've got YouTube, and they're contending with this massive ad-supported short video streaming.
Okay, I'm going to blow up your spot here a little bit just for this. I asked Carol if she was watching this show, and she said, we canceled Max at home.
We watch a lot on YouTube.
So, Carol, you're part of the problem because you stopped after, what was it?
I think it was Curb or something.
Curb
Yeah.
ended,
Yeah.
so you're like, you know, we're not going to keep paying.
I would love to cancel a couple of them, but then they get me. Like
exactly,
Max has
you can't cancel any
the
of them.
Penguin now, which is fantastic through 3 episodes. So, you know, they each manage to have one show,
right?
Which makes it difficult.
So how does Tubi go forward, though? As I'm sure everybody's looking at them and saying, well, wait a minute, look at this model. They're giving it away. Like, do they have to be worried?
I can't wait to ask Anjali that question. I think you probably have to move upstream. I don't think the Partridge Family and Columbo get you there. So original catering to niche audiences that probably are underserved by everyone else. But eventually, I mean, you know, they're owned by Fox, right? So, you know, they've got deep pockets. They remain one of the last content things that Fox is doing. So maybe wrapping in with some of those assets and occupying parts of the market that the big guys are ignoring.
Brad, you've been here for half a day at this point. We're kind of done with this tonight. If you were, you know, to take this story to your editor, I mean, you're the boss, so you don't really have an editor. What would sort of be the big takeaway from Screen Time that you've seen and that you think that the folks here have gotten, the folks watching in mind?
Well, I mean, that we're just in an era of extreme uncertainty, of the intermediaries going away, of incredible empowerment of artists to go and reach audiences. I mean, Scooter Braun said something that I thought was striking. He said a couple things. One, Lucas Shaw asked him, you know, who would you bet on what performer over the next couple of decades? And he said Taylor Swift, and there was a gasp because of that deteriorating personal relationship. But he also said, you know, young artists ask, you know, how can they make it? And he would say, why are you asking me? You have all the tools at your disposal to go find those audiences. So, you know, the idea, and, you know, the host of the Hot Ones, Sean Evans, right? He built this on his own, right? It was the concept, and now, you know, everybody might buy, you know, people buy his company. So it's the removal of the intermediaries.
Have a wing.
There's hope for us. There's hope for us. Oh, I have a wig. Brett Stone, thank you so much, the editor of Business Week. This is Bloomberg.
This is Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Messer and Tim Stenevec on Bloomberg Radio and Television.
All right, welcome back, everybody. You are listening and watching Bloomberg Business Week. We're live on Bloomberg Radio, on YouTube, and Bloomberg Originals. And, of course, we have been for the last 4 hours here at Screen Time in Hollywood at Naya Studios, featuring some of the folks that have been up on the stage, folks that are here in the conversations. And it's all about, as we've been saying, content creation, where it's coming from, who's doing it, how is it getting out to fans and consumers of it. Some really great conversations. And I feel like several times we've talked about Snoop Dogg.
Yeah, the rapper, entrepreneur, pop culture icon. He kind of seems like he's everywhere.
I mean, the Olympics,
Yep.
the NFL, the new theme, or the theme song that they've had, I think, for the last couple of years, he's on it. Cooking shows with Martha Stewart. There's a documentary that's being produced about his youth football league. I mean, he really is truly everywhere, and he is a pop icon.
Well, he sat down for discussion on sports, new music, and what's next for his growing empire with Bloomberg's managing editor for media and entertainment, Lucas Shaw, last night here at Screen Time.
I did a jazz album that I haven't released yet. It's more or less like spoken word over jazz music. That was a genre that I've always wanted to go into. Quincy Jones hit me to Mr. Mumbles, Clark Terry, which was his teacher. And we had an opportunity to spend time with Mr. Terry, and we did a record together. And that was a genre that I always wanted to venture into because I felt like I had a jazz voice. I felt like my spirit was like one of those jazz musicians from back in the day. So I dibbled and dabbled into that.
So your role in a jazz album is just you're singing?
No, I'm spoken word.
Sorry.
My voice, my conversation, my poetry, you know.
Flowetry. I think exactly. You're right. You got SZA's got the win, but it's close. Bad Bunny and Sabrina Carpenter.
Bad Bunny, my homie in real life, though, so they already know that that's an easy collaboration. And then.
But he's not on the new album.
No. I didn't go to Latina.
If you met someone who had never heard your music before, where would you tell them to start?
It depends on how old are they.
I'm assuming the only type of person who'd never heard your music before is probably under 18.
No, I got kids' music, Doggyland, #1 albums right now.
And a kid's show, right?
I have a song called Affirmations, right? It's a song that we created, and they teach this song in different elementary schools around the whole world. Before the school starts, the students sing this song about affirmation. So I got records that reach a demographic of babies because I have grandkids and they wasn't paying attention to me. So I have.
Okay, so is there a demographic you feel like that doesn't know you then? How are you doing with the 75 plus?
Martha, you mean Martha Stewart's homegirl? We got this thing covered, homie, don't trip.
I want to ask you a core hip hop question. So I saw an interview earlier this year where Tyler, the Creator, was talking. And he was kind of upset because he felt like every rapper right now sounds the same. And that when he was coming up, everyone had a different sound. When you were coming up, there were a bunch of different sounds. Do you agree with that? Like, where do you think hip hop's at right now?
It's about to reset. The whole music industry is about to reset itself. It usually happens like that, you know. Repetition, breakthrough, originality, we back on again.
Yeah.
That's what the music industry is about. You know, right now, talent is not at the foreground, but talent will be put back into the foreground.
All right, that, of course, was Snoop Dogg last night with Bloomberg's Lucas Shaw here at Screen Time. If you missed any of that conversation, there was actually an in-depth conversation. You can just head to our Bloomberg Live website, check Bloomberg.com. You can find that full conversation because I got to say, last night we were here. It was a packed crowd. We couldn't even get in because there were so many people who wanted to listen, but we had screens out here and everybody was just, checking out what he had to say because he is someone, if you think about it, whether it's music, whether it's acting, whether it's sports, I mean, he does a lot for youth football. Remarkable.
Does it get any better than Snoop Dogg?
I don't know. It was just really fascinating to see all the world that he's into. When, Lucas talks about pop culture, he's in so many different parts of it.
Also, although his career has spanned, like, more than 30 years, he's only in his early 50s. Like, there's a lot more Snoop Dogg
Do you feel like
to come.
a slacker again?
I kind of do.
I do too.
Yeah. I thought I heard him say he was a grandfather.
You might have said that.
Yeah.
I got to say, that conversation, some of the conversations from Screen Time, that's going to be on our weekend podcast and weekend broadcast. So be sure to check that out on Bloomberg Radio, also on our podcast feed, and you can also check it out online. But any takeaways for you as we get ready to wrap up here?
Look, I think a big takeaway is kind of what Brad talked about, that, it doesn't matter if you're a traditional incumbent, like a Comcast